Committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. Without objection, all members shall have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. Before we get started today, I want to thank a senior member of our team. I want to thank Kathleen Palmer for her service to the committee and our members. Our markup this week is her last markup, for which I know she is brokenhearted. Kathleen, you need to rise. Yes, you do. Kathleen's been a force on the Subcommittee on Financial Institutions this Congress and during the last 2 Congresses. She's been a committed and dedicated staffer, serving both former Chairman McHenry and myself with a strong and calm hand. She was critical to kicking off our Making Community Banking Great Again efforts this Congress, and we will be forever thankful to her for her service. We wish you good luck in your next adventure, and let's give her a round of applause. We will now proceed to today's business. I recognize myself for an opening statement. Good morning. Today we're marking up a broad range of bipartisan priorities that reflect our shared commitment to strengthening the American economy and empowering hardworking families. Our agenda includes efforts to expand small business access to capital, tailoring supervision and regulation for well-managed banks, modernizing venture capital investment regulations, and more. We will also vote today to reauthorize our Monetary Policy Task Force led by Chairman Lucas, and I want to recognize his leadership on this task force for the past 6 months. I also want to take a moment and thank my colleagues for their hard work and support of passing our digital asset bills across the House floor last week. Our digital asset agenda has been bipartisan and years in the making, and I'm proud of the thoughtful, collaborative effort that every member of this committee put into shaping the legislation. Before we look ahead, post-August recess, it's important that we assess how much we've accomplished here in the last 7 months. The House has already passed approximately 30 committee bills to date. This is more than any other Congress has passed at this point in the session since at least the 113th Congress, and is almost twice as many as in the 117th and 118th Congresses. Tomorrow, when we gavel out of this markup, the committee will have marked up or ordered to be reported 60 bills produced by our members on both sides of the aisle. That is more than any other addition of the Committee on Financial Services at this point in Congress in recent memory. So I congratulate the members on both sides of the aisle that have worked so hard to produce their ideas, find consensus, move them through subcommittee, attach them to a hearing, and have them marked up and reported out of this committee. Looking ahead to the next 16 months of this Congress, we have tremendous opportunity to advance smart, targeted policy changes that can help put the American dream back within reach of millions of Americans. One such example is Representative Barr's Small Business Investor Capital Access Act, which ensures that the SEC's exemption threshold for private fund advisors keep pace with inflation. We also advancing Representative Timmons' Improving Capital Allocation for Newcomers Act, which opens the door for more fund managers to raise capital and invest in startups across the country, not just on the coasts, helping more entrepreneurs access the funding they need to launch and scale their businesses all the way across our nation. Mrs. Wagner's Developing and Empowering Our Aspiring Leaders Act would allow capital to reach new regions, overlooked sectors, and entrepreneurs that have historically been left out of the innovation economy. Vice Chairman Heisinger's FDIC Board Accountability Act, requiring board members to have expertise in state bank and small institution supervision and limiting terms to 12 years. It removes the CFPB's Director of Voting Rights to prevent partisan overreach and enhance the FDIC's independence. We've heard from federal regulators themselves that some post-crisis regulations have become overly burdensome. While agencies are already making important adjustments, these bills before us today will help solidify these reforms into law, ensuring that they're not subject of the political swing back and forth between administrations. Clear, actionable rules are essential for promoting economic growth and improving access to financial services. I also want to commend Governor Bowman, Comptroller Gould, and Acting FDIC Chair Hill for their efforts to tailor regulations appropriately, and I look forward to continuing to work with them as this committee advances its important work. All the bills we're considering today share a common goal: to strengthen economic opportunity and bring the American dream within reach to every American household. I look forward to the thoughtful and robust conversations that we'll have today, and I yield back the balance of my time. I now want to recognize the ranking member of our committee, Mrs. Waters of California, for an opening statement.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, we're marking up a series of bills. While I'm encouraged that many are bipartisan, I'm deeply concerned that a few proposals from my Republican colleagues will worsen economic conditions and further erode consumer confidence. As we saw last week, inflation is ticking back up. Americans are feeling the effects of Trump's tariffs as corporations pass costs on to consumers. Meanwhile, the unpopular big billionaire bailout that Republicans passed is spreading fear among families at risk of losing health care and food assistance. During times of economic stress like this, we need our financial agencies, like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, now more than ever. Yet, while Trump continues his illegal attacks on these agencies, undermining their ability to respond to the needs of consumers, Republicans are introducing bills that double down on those attacks. One such bill would require the heads of federal financial departments and regulators to add unnecessary disclosures to numerous written comments, statements, and other materials on a wide variety of platforms, stipulating they don't have a legal effect. Make no mistake, this is a veiled attempt to further undermine the CFPB. This bill responds to Republicans' unfounded claim that the Bureau doesn't provide enough clarity. In reality, the bill bolsters the efforts by Trump to rescind nearly 70 guidance documents and stifle how the CFPB and other agencies communicate with the public. This is guidance that industry participants often rely on to better understand their legal obligations. The irony is striking. Republicans complain about unclear guidance from the CFPB, while President Trump routinely issues chaotic, confusing policy statements and directives via social media that send markets crashing. Yet, he'd be exempt from that bill. Does anyone in this room actually know what U.S. tariff policy is? It's both hypocritical and laughable. Republicans are also pushing a partisan bill to eliminate the CFPB director's voting rule from the board of the Federal Depository Insurance Corporation, undermining the FDC's mandate to ensure consumer compliance for most of the banks they regulate. Trump's rollback of the CFPB's authority has already cost Americans $18 billion. These bills will cost hardworking families even more. That said, there are promising bipartisan bills before us today. This includes a bill that responds to calls from committee Democrats to address the Silicon Valley Bank failure by improving the discount window so banks, including minority depository institutions and rural banks, can access emergency loans to continue serving consumers during times of stress. I and my Democratic colleagues have numerous other bipartisan bills that address the problems this committee identified after the SVB failure, like my bill to increase deposit insurance for business payment accounts. If we're serious about supporting community banking, we should consider those bills as well. We also have legislation addressing the human rights crisis in Burma. And after months of Trump posturing and cowering to Russia, I'm pleased Republicans are finally joining Democrats by holding Putin accountable for his war in Ukraine. Additionally, I'm pleased my bill, the American Access to Banking Act, is being considered. It will promote the creation of new community banks and credit unions. including minority, depository institutions, and community development financial institutions to serve communities left behind by the traditional banking system. And Congressman Gonzalez's bill will help small businesses by promoting capital formation. Committee Democrats will continue fighting for a strong economy, thriving small businesses, and a healthy capital market system. I look forward to getting these bipartisan bills across the finish line. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 4429, the Developing and Empowering Aspiring Leaders Act of 2025, which was introduced by Representative Wagner, the chair of our Capital Markets Subcommittee. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 4429, to require the Securities and Exchange Commission to revise the definition of a qualifying investment for purposes of the exemption from registration for venture capital fund advisors under the Investment Advisors Act of 1940, to include an equity security issued by a qualifying portfolio company and to include an investment in another venture capital fund and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Representative Wagner has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have also been distributed in advance. The clerk will report that amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4429, offered by Mrs. Wagner of Missouri, designated as Wagner 021.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and it will serve as base text for the purposes of amendment. The gentlewoman from Missouri, the chair of our Capital Markets Subcommittee, Mrs. Wagner, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I begin, I have a letter I'd like to submit to the record from 12 different innovation organizations in support of my Developing and Empowering Our Aspiring Leaders, the DEAL Act, Mr. Timmons, Improving Capital Allocation for Newcomers, the ICANN Act, and Mr. Barr's Small Business Investors Capital Access Act.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to sponsor H.R. 4229, the Developing and Empowering Our Aspiring Leaders, or DEAL Act. This bipartisan bill is about breaking down barriers that hold back entrepreneurs and job creators across America. Right now, nearly 80% of venture capital flows just through 3 states, California, New York, and Massachusetts. This leaves entire regions of the country, Mr. Chairman, from Mr. Emmer's district in the northern parts of the Midwest, down to Ms. Williams' district in Atlanta, in the South, over to Mr. Gonzalez's district in rural South Texas, or Mr. Downing's district, covering half of Montana. They're struggling to access the capital that they need to build and scale businesses. The DEAL Act changes that by allowing larger venture capital funds to invest in smaller regional funds. That means more funding for startups, more opportunities for businesses that are too often overlooked, and more innovation happening everywhere, not just on the coasts. Small businesses make up 99% of United States employers and create the majority of new jobs. But too often, they can't get a fair shot at investment. And by modernizing outdated rules, this bill channels capital to the next generation of entrepreneurs, helping good ideas grow into great companies and ensuring American communities, especially in Missouri's 2nd Congressional District and beyond, that they can thrive and grow. This is bipartisan, common sense legislation. It empowers local job creators and it drives economic growth, all without new regulations or costs to taxpayers. I want to thank Congressman Caston for joining me in support of H.R. 4429. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the A&S? We recognize Mr. Caston first, the co-sponsor of the bill. Mr. Caston, I recognize you for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Hill. As the co-sponsor, I, of course, proudly support H.R. 4429. Thank Ms. Wagner for her leadership on this. The DEAL Act will increase capital flows to smaller VC firms by providing greater flexibility to fund managers while still ensuring that investors are protected and that fund managers continue to prioritize direct investments in small businesses. Some history here is worth going through. Dodd-Frank Act gave VC firms the option to exempt themselves from the cost of becoming a registered investment advisor, but only under the condition that they couldn't invest more than 20% of their assets in non-qualifying investments. Take away the jargon, that means that 80% of your investments have to be direct investments in companies. Non-qualifying investments that can make up the other 20% would be shares in a private company acquired through a secondary transaction, interest in other VC funds, stocks, bonds, public traded companies, crypto, treasuries, corporate bonds, you name it, but it has to be less than 20% or less. What's happened since Dodd-Frank primarily, and the reason that we wanted to work on this, is a change in the structure of exit opportunities available to those funds. The funds still have comparable lockup periods. The limited partners, the LPs, still have similar expectations. But in the time since Dodd-Frank was passed, the VC-backed companies are on track for the fewest number of IPOs in a decade, with some citing uncertainty about the U.S. and trade policy driving that. There are fewer companies taking advantage of M&A opportunity, in part, I would argue thankfully, because of a crackdown in antitrust, that the big tech firms can no longer just buy out a company that they want to take out of the competitive landscape, but that means that those exit opportunities aren't there anymore. And of course, we've seen the surge in alternate investments that gives opportunity for people to stay private for longer. And so these secondary transactions have become the new exit to enable investors to sell their shares, but they're constrained by the 20% cap that's in Dodd-Frank. And so the DEAL Act basically just looks to modernize these rules by classifying those secondary sales and investments in other VC firms as qualifying investments to drive more capital into the startup ecosystem and keep them going. To be clear, still requires that the majority of a VC fund's investment have to be direct investments in companies. Still maintains the same sophisticated investor thresholds for LPs, but just keeps some more volumes in there. One last thing that I want to say, just to be clear, the Dodd-Frank rules do not require that VC firms stay under this 20% test. It simply says if they want to avoid filing as a registered investment advisor, they have to stay under that. The really big firms, the KKRs, the Anderson Horowitzes, they're RIAs already. So really think about this as addressing the smaller firms where you're not going to have a lot of diversity. Maybe you're a Chicago firm that specializes in Midwest manufacturing. Maybe you're a firm that's committed to ESG. Maybe you're a firm that's committed to guns. I don't know, like whatever. This isn't about politics. The point is that a lot of these smaller funds don't have the same diversity. And so if they are going to diversify their portfolio and provide exits for growth capital, it's important to do this. So thank you again to Congressman Wagner for working on this. And I encourage all my colleagues to support, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the A&S? Ranking member, recognized for 5
I
minutes.
move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Private funds pool money from investors to make investments, often in less liquid or alternative assets like startups, distressed companies, and real estate, with the goal of generating returns for their investors. The DEAL Act modifies Section 3C1 of the Investment Company Act, which defines these private funds, including venture capital funds. There are a couple of criteria that a fund must meet in order to qualify as a venture capital fund. One is that it must hold no more than $12 million in assets and has 250 or fewer investors. Additionally, and importantly, at least 80% of the fund's investments must be directly in operating companies. That 80% requirement is known as qualifying investments. So that means only 20% or less can consist of non-qualifying investments. Non-qualifying investments could include, among other things, equity of a portfolio company purchased on the open or secondary market, known as secondary purchases, as well as investments in other private funds, known as fund of funds. So, what this bill does is move secondary purchases and fund of fund investments from the non-qualifying bucket into the qualifying bucket. It also states that at least 51% of the fund's investments still need to be equity securities purchased directly from portfolio companies. And finally, it increases the non-qualifying securities bucket to 49%. As a result of these changes, venture capital funds will essentially provide those early-stage investors in startups like so-called angel investors another pathway to sell their stakes in a startup. During Dodd-Frank, Congress provided an exemption to venture capital funds because they invest directly in startups. With these changes, we're changing venture capital funds to also serve as an exit vehicle for early-stage investors. Well, I'm not opposed to that. I do wonder whether venture capital funds will be able to do both jobs as well. So I hope this committee will continue to review how these changes play out in the real world so that the entrepreneurs we are originally trying to help continue to be funded. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the ANS? Seeing none, I will recognize myself for 5 minutes. First, let me thank Chair Wagner and Mr. Caston of Illinois for introducing, developing, and empowering our Aspiring Leaders Act. It strengthens the ability of venture capital to reach more founders, more communities, and more early-stage companies across the country. It's clearly in the theme of the rise of the rest. We know that access to capital isn't just a coastal issue. It's a national one, and newer venture capital funds are often the best positioned to back the kinds of entrepreneurs who are building businesses outside traditional hubs. This bill ensures that those funds can continue doing that important work even when they use strategies like secondary investments or partnering with other funds to reach a broader array of startup enterprises. I know for a fact in my home city of Little Rock how important this is to support the Little Rock Venture Center and our ecosystem also in Northwest Arkansas as well. This bill is focused, forward-looking, and a good effort to support the people taking real risks to build something new and make sure our policies are helping capital flow to where it's needed most. I urge a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back a balance of my time.
I join the chairman in asking for a yes vote on this bill.
Yes, let me see if anyone else seeks recognition on the ANS. Hearing none, we'll move to amendments. Are there any amendments to the amendment in nature of a substitute? Seeing no amendments, there being no further discussion or amendments, the question is now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in nature of a substitute. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill as amended to be reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. What reason does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? You want to ask for the yeas and nays, is it?
As for the yeas and nays.
Gentleman has requested the yeas and nays. Recorded votes requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, the vote on this question is postponed. We'll now consider the next bill. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 4431, Improving Capital Allocation for Newcomers Act of 2025, which was introduced by the distinguished gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 4431, to amend the Investment Company Act of 1940 with respect to the definition of qualifying venture capital funds and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Representative Timmons has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which were also distributed in advance. The clerk will report that amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4431, offered by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, designated as Tim SCS 026.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for the purpose of amendment. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the Second Congress, this committee will mark up my bill, H.R. 4431, the Improving Capital Allocation for Newcomers Act, or the ICANN Act. I'm proud to collaborate with my colleague, Brittany Pedersen, on this bipartisan legislation to expand access to venture capital beyond traditional finance hubs. This year, the ICANN Act was featured in 2 important hearings, reflecting the national focus on broadening investor access and capital formation for entrepreneurs across America. A version of this bill passed the House last Congress as part of the Expanding Access to Capital Act. H.R. 4431 updates the qualifying venture capital fund exemption by raising the capital cap from $10 million to $50 million and increasing the number of allowable investors from 250 to 500. These changes allow venture funds to raise more money for more individuals, helping startups outside Silicon Valley and other traditional hubs. Today, nearly half of all U.S. venture funding goes to California startups alone, with over 70% concentrated in just 4 states. Meanwhile, many entrepreneurs elsewhere struggle to secure critical Series A funding, limiting their growth and access to later stage investments. The current $10 million cap on qualifying venture funds is simply too low. It limits a fund's ability to cover costs and invest in promising companies, especially outside major financial centers. H.R. 4431 removes these barriers, empowering local funds to support their communities and combat the harmful practice of pattern matching, where investors back only familiar type of companies, leaving many entrepreneurs behind. Importantly, 5 years after this bill becomes law, the advocate for small business capital formation will study its effects and report back to Congress to ensure we continue to support entrepreneurs effectively. Mr. Chairman, an entrepreneur in Spartanburg, South Carolina, deserves the same access to capital as one in Silicon Valley. This bill democratizes venture capital, enabling more Americans to invest in local businesses, drive innovation, and create good-paying jobs. It is about expanding opportunity and fueling growth in communities too often overlooked. Lastly, of note, I want to bring attention to a letter of support issued by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce for this bipartisan legislation. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit this letter for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this legislation that gives investors in every one of our districts a more equal playing field. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentlewoman from Colorado. You're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I first want to recognize the work of Mr. Timmons and your team for this very important bill. We really appreciate the partnership, as well as to Ranking Member Waters and her team. Thank you for coming together. It's an example that we can actually have bipartisan work here in Congress, so grateful to be a part of that. This is an important step forward in increasing opportunity and expanding the opportunity to build wealth in this country. There are 2 major ways that people can build wealth in the United States, and that is to start a business and build it, and invest in a company and help grow it, and you can see potentially exponential dividends. Unfortunately, these opportunities are not available for far too many Americans. And just to go back, the reason why startups are difficult for most people to get started is because they're risky. A third of them fail by the 2nd year, and half of them fail statistically by the 5th year. And that's why, because they're so risky, new businesses are unable to find bank financing. And because startups are risky, equity investing becomes a critical opportunity because they invest early and they take a percentage of ownership in the company. And so when investors look at 20 companies, for example, that maybe only 1 or 2 of them will succeed, and equity investors look for opportunities that make it worth it and that scale quickly. So there's a lot of businesses that wouldn't qualify for this. They're looking for really big impact companies that rely on venture or angel investors. And 98% of equity capital, unfortunately, is consolidated. You've already heard some statistics about which states they have these investors, and most of them, 98%, go to white male companies. And this is because under Section 3C1, it governs the organization of investment funds, which are the publicly accessible funds, and then there's underneath that, it's understandable that those are carefully regulated, but then there's the small private fund, and that came from 1940, where you can have as much investments as you want, but you can only have 100 people that can invest in that. So the unintended consequence is that when you look at these smaller funds, give an example of $30 million for a smaller fund, you are only able to go to a small pool of people. Statistically, very unlikely to get these $300,000 checks in this example that I'm giving from women and people of color. So you continue to see the consolidation of wealth to certain people and the lack of opportunity for others. Under the Dodd-Frank cleanup bill, they recognize that we need to increase the investor opportunity to 250, but lowered it to a $10 million threshold, which is an incredibly small fund. Emerging fund managers have said that when they try to build on their success and go above the 10 million threshold, they exceed the 100-person cap, which unfortunately limits opportunity. They're unable to go above that because of the costs and the regulations that come with that. So this does a really important thing. It increases the cap to $50 million so that it's more reasonable, increases that $10 million cap, and then increases it to from 250 people to 500 people. So instead of, for the $30 million example and a check for $300,000, you have people that can invest at $60,000. That is a much more doable amount for some, and the effect is that there's equity in capital and an increase in access. So this is a pro-investor protection bill. This only accepts accredited investors, and the risk is actually reduced because the exposure is significantly smaller. So very proud to be a part of this bill and want to thank everybody who has come together to make this happen. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the chairwoman of the Subcommittee on Capital Markets. Ms. Wagner, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've already submitted, for the record, a letter from 12 different innovation organizations in support of Mr. Timmons' ICANN Act. And I want to thank Congressman Timmons and Congresswoman Pedersen for their bipartisan effort on H.R. 4431, the Improving Capital Allocation for Newcomers ICANN Act. At its heart, this bill is about making sure that the next great American company has a fair shot at success. Small businesses create most of the new jobs in our economy. But right now, too much capital is locked up in a handful of zip codes, and too many talented founders are overlooked simply because they don't fit the traditional mold of what investors expect in a startup. The ICANN Act modernizes outdated rules so that more small and regional venture funds can launch. These funds know their own communities best, and they're already investing in entrepreneurs in their own backyard. However, the outdated restrictions on these funds limit how many entrepreneurs they can invest in. And by raising the cap for qualifying funds to $50 million and increasing the number of allowable investors, we open the door for local investors to back local innovators in higher numbers, creating jobs and building wealth in places that have been left behind. Not to mention, by increasing the allowable number of investors in tandem with raising the dollar cap, we're reducing the risk exposure for investors in these funds. This is how we keep America competitive, Mr. Chairman, by empowering new voices, new ideas, and new businesses in every part of the country. A good idea shouldn't die in a garage just because the founder lives in St. Louis instead of San Francisco. This is bipartisan, common-sense legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4431, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlewoman yields back. The ranking member of the full committee, Ms. Waters, you're recognized.
I move to strike the last
The
word.
gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Like the DEAL Act, the ICANN Act also amends the definition of a qualifying venture capital fund. In order to be exempt from the SEC's Investment Company Act, a venture capital fund must not hold more than $12 million in assets and can have no more than 250 investors. This bill adjusts those figures upwards, raising the $12 million cap to $50 million and the 250 investor limit to 500. It also requires the SEC to conduct an assessment 5 years after enactment to determine the bill's impact on how capital is being allocated to portfolio companies. It does this by asking SEC staff to assess what types of startups still need capital. Based on the results of this assessment, the SEC would be authorized to conduct a rulemaking that can adjust the 50 million and 500 beneficial owner limit upwards or downwards. I support additional capital for startups and will continue to press funds to invest in all communities across the country. I thank you. I yield back. I support this bill, and I ask for an aye vote.
Gentlewoman yields back. I want to thank my friend Mr. Timmons and Ms. Peterson for leading on this important legislation, which addresses one of the most persistent and fixable barriers in private markets today: outdated fund limits that prevent capital from flowing to the next generation of entrepreneurs and investors. We've heard testimony from investors like McKeever Conwell, who built a fund from the ground up to support underrepresented founders in overlooked cities. His firm, Rare Breed Ventures, raised its first fund from nearly 200 accredited investors, many investing just $10,000 to $50,000, many and most, he says in his testimony, for the first time. Every one of them qualified under existing SEC rules. But because of a decades-old cap in the Investment Company Act, most of these investors won't be allowed into his next fund, not because they're unqualified, but because the law just hasn't kept pace. And this isn't just about one fund. Across the country, newer, smaller, more diverse fund managers are being told they must raise from fewer people who can write bigger checks or not raise at all. And that means less capital for startups in Arkansas, South Carolina, Baltimore, beyond. It means fewer founders of color get a shot, and it means fewer communities benefiting from job creation and innovation brought about by a startup ecosystem and new company formations. All these bills that Chair Wagner has talked about this morning and that our members have worked so hard on a bipartisan basis are inspired by Steve Case, founder of AOL, Rise of the Rest, which talks about the barriers to raising venture capital and starting businesses off the coasts. And we've seen so many positive things in venture ecosystems around the country. I see it through the innovation hubs. I see it through Startup Junkie. I see it through the investments of the Kauffman Foundation. And I see it through actions taken by this committee to make it more straightforward. The Improving Capital Allocation for Newcomers Act changes that and contributes to the vision outlined by Steve Case. It modernizes the investment cap so that qualified investors aren't shut out of opportunities just because their paychecks aren't six figures. It allows emerging fund managers to scale responsibly while maintaining every investor protection currently in place. If we want more Americans of all backgrounds to participate in our private markets, we need to reform the rules that are holding them back. Because ultimately, this bill isn't just about expanding investment opportunities, it's about unlocking capital for entrepreneurs building real businesses across all of our communities. When we empower emerging fund managers, we empower the startups that they support and the resulting jobs, products, and growth that are a function of that creative approach. This bill reflects what we've heard across our hearings. Capital formation shouldn't be confined to a zip code or an asset class. It should be accessible to every qualified investor and every legitimate fund that wants to fuel growth. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Hearing none, we'll move to amendments. Does anyone wish to offer an amendment to the ANS? There being no further discussion or amendments to the bill, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill as amended to be reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? The gentleman requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, a vote on this question is postponed. We'll now move to the next bill. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 3673, the Small Business Investor Capital Act, which was introduced by Representative Andy Barr of Kentucky, the chair of our Financial Institutions Subcommittee. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 3673, to amend the Investment Advisors Act of 1940 to increase the exemption from registration threshold from certain investment advisors of private funds to reflect the change in inflation.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Congressman Barr has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report that amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3673, offered by Mr. Barr of Kentucky, designated as Bar 060.
Without objection, this amendment is considered read. It will serve as the base text for purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Kentucky, Chairman Barr, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And without objection, I'd like to enter into the record a letter from the National Venture Capital Association endorsing this legislation, the Small Business Investor Capital Access Act.
Without objection.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank my colleague from New York, Congresswoman Velasquez, the ranking member of the Small Business Committee, for co-leading this legislation, bipartisan bill, the Small Business Investor Capital Access Act. Small businesses are the backbone of the American economy, and communities across the country, including communities that make up the 6th District of Kentucky. These small businesses need access to capital to grow their operations and serve their communities. Private funds are an incredibly important vehicle to ensure that these very small businesses can access the financial markets. Smaller funds, which collectively manage 0.5% of total AUM in the private equity sector, are burdened by the massive compliance costs that stem from SEC reporting. This inability to comply with these reporting requirements means that they must divert capital away from small businesses and startups. We must modernize our regulatory requirements for small private fund advisors so they can continue to invest in small businesses in each of our congressional districts, increasing access to capital for these small institutions. That's why Representative Velasquez and I introduced the Small Business Investor Capital Access Act. Currently, the exemption for SEC registration for private fund advisors is $150 million. This, however, has not been adjusted for inflation since its original passage in 2010. As we can all attest, $150 million is a very different dollar figure now than it was in 2010 due to growth in our economy and private capital markets and the historic inflation we faced from 2021 to 2024. The Small Business Investor Capital Access Act indexes the current assets under management cap to inflation every 5 years to ensure our registration requirements stay up to date with the size of the economy and growth in our markets. While there was not an inflation adjuster in Dodd-Frank, Congress has implemented adjustments for certain SEC regulations. This is doing the same. The registered market dwarfs the exempted advisor market, and therefore making this change will not reduce the regulations we have in place to protect the private markets, but it will provide relief for the smallest players and ensure our regulations are modernized to reflect growth in our financial system. The private markets are essential for a diverse, successful economy. Our small businesses rely on the capital that is formed through these small advisors. So, to protect small funds in the private markets and small businesses' access to capital, we must pass this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support this policy and the overall package, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? No one seeks recognition. Let me recognize myself before we turn to the gentlewoman from Missouri. You're recognized.
Yes, I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank Congressman Barr and Congressman Velasquez for their leadership on H.R. 3673, the Small Business Investor Access Act. In addition to the support and the report that Mr. Barr entered into the record, I want to again note that we also submitted for the record 12 different innovation organizations that were in support, in fact, of Mr. Barr's Small Business Investor Capital Access Act. This bill makes a common sense update to the Investment Advisors Act by requiring the SEC to index to inflation the $150 million threshold that determines whether a private fund advisor must register with the Commission. That threshold hasn't changed since it was established in 2010. In the years since, inflation has quietly pushed more and more small advisors above the limit, not because their business has meaningfully changed, but simply because the dollar isn't worth what it used to be. These are not large or risky firms. They are often advisors that provide critical capital to startups and small businesses, especially outside the major financial hubs. By requiring the SEC to make annual inflation adjustments going forward, this bill ensures that the original intent of the law is preserved and small advisors aren't pulled into a costly regulatory regime just because of economic drift. This is a bipartisan, targeted fix that supports small business capital formation without weakening investor protections. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition on the ANS? Seeing nobody, I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. I rise in support of this good bill, H.R. 3673, the Small Business Investor Capital Access Act. I want to commend Congressman Barr and Congresswoman Velasquez for this good bill. When Congress created the $150 million exemption for private fund advisors, the intent was clear: allow smaller capital providers to operate without the weight of full SEC registration. But over the last 14 years, inflation has quietly moved the goalposts. That static threshold no longer reflects today's economy, and without action, it will continue to pull firms that Congress never intended to regulate at that level. This bill is a straightforward way to restore that intent by requiring the SEC to adjust the exemption every 5 years for inflation. We provide regulatory clarity and prevent unintended compliance costs from choking off access to capital for small businesses. It's a good policy, it's bipartisan, and I urge a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time. Does anyone else seek recognition on the underlying ANS? If not, we'll now hear amendments. Does anyone wish to offer an amendment to the ANS?
Mr. Chairman,
The gentlewoman from New York, you're recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk.
We'll pause while the amendment is distributed.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee has reserved a point of order. The clerk will report the amendment. Yeah. Sir?
Well, it's to call for the vote.
If everyone has the amendment, may I ask the clerk to report the amendment?
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3673, offered by Ms. Velasquez of New York, designated as H.R. 367301.
Without objection, the amendment's considered read, and I recognize the gentlewoman from New York to describe her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Barr, for this important legislation. Today, we are taking a small but important step. It is a step that, in my opinion, is long overdue. As part of the Dodd-Frank Act, we exempted the advisors of small private funds with $150 million or less in assets under management from registration with the SEC. At the time, the $150 million exemption made sense. It allowed the SEC to focus its attention after the financial crisis on larger funds. But that was 15 years ago, and the registration threshold has never been adjusted. Today, we are rectifying that oversight. Under this bill, we are providing an immediate adjustment to registration threshold, raising the limit to $175 million to provide relief to some funds, while also prospectively raising the registration exemption for private fund advisors to adjust for inflation every 5 years. We provide inflation adjustments in other areas of federal law, including in federal securities law, and I believe it makes sense in this context as well. Importantly, including this language in the federal code will prevent us from having to make these adjustments through legislative enactment again in the future. Let's be clear, not all private funds are created equal. While large private funds have helped fuel a shadow banking system, created monopolies and duopolies, and have become tax shelters for the ultra-wealthy and powerful, small private funds like the ones we are discussing here today invest in primarily small businesses and are one of the primary drivers of capital investment in their communities. Financing and access to credit is a central component to starting and growing a small business. Traditionally, small businesses have been more reliant on bank financing for their credit needs than large businesses. But in recent years, small businesses have increasingly relied on private forms of investment and credit to meet their financing needs. Small private funds provide entrepreneurs patient, risk-forward funding to solve ambitious problems and build businesses. Without private capital, many ideas for companies will remain just that, ideas. That is because most startups are unable to access the bank loans or traditional financing. They will need to start their businesses because they do not have a track record, revenue, or assets to pledge. For example, private funds invested in 18,000 businesses in 2022, 40% of which had fewer than 50 employees, and facilitated loans to 3,600 companies in the small to middle market with 150 employees or fewer. But that is merely the start. As a small business grows, small private funds invest throughout the company's life cycle, helping it raise funding to hire additional talent, develop products, and improve operations. The first check may enable that business to launch, but the additional capital helps that business hire, grow, and mature. By making this inflationary adjustment, we are not allowing more private funds to escape SEC registration and oversight. We are simply allowing small private funds to keep pace with the CPI and the small businesses they invest in. I want to thank Mr. Barr for working with me on this important bill and his willingness to be open to my comments and feedback. I also want to thank Ranking Member Waters and Chairman Hill for their support as well. Through our collective effort, I believe we have created a strong bipartisan product. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does the gentlewoman from Missouri insist on her point of order?
I withdraw, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any further debate on the gentlewoman's amendment? Mr. Barr of Kentucky, you're right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank Representative Velasquez for offering this common sense amendment that will provide immediate relief and more relief, better relief to small funds, and I look forward to voting in favor of the amendment. I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you to the ranking member of the Small Business Committee for recognizing the importance of this issue and for her leadership look forward to continuing to working with her. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on, oh, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon, the gentlewoman of California, ranking member.
Yes, I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. H.R. 3673, sponsored by Mr. Barr and Ms. Velasquez, adjusts for inflation the threshold that requires private funds such as private equity funds and hedge funds to register with the SEC. The current threshold that triggers registration for investment fund advisors is $150 million in assets under management. This amendment would increase the threshold to $175 million, ensuring that certain funds at this threshold today can continue to do what they do to provide funds to businesses. This increase, along with the adjustment for inflation every 5 years, are technical changes that ensure that the largest funds continue to register with the SEC. I will note that we set this threshold in Dodd-Frank to ensure that both private equity and hedge funds had to register with the SEC when they grow to a certain size because we saw how they contributed to the financial crisis. This bill affirms that decision by ensuring the threshold continues by appropriately adjusting it for inflation. I appreciate the work of Ms. Velasquez, and I'm so pleased she was able to help Mr. Barr with this very important bill. And having them work together is a very good thing. So I support this amendment and the underlying bill.
I don't find this amusing. I think that the gentlewoman from New York is in constant help to the gentleman from Kentucky. So I'm not in any way shocked by that. The gentlewoman yields back. Is there any further debate on the Velasquez amendment? All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. We'll now move on.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentlewoman.
you were not referencing Section 1071.
Well, no, I wasn't. That's true. That's true. We'll now move on. Is there another amendment to the ANS for Mr. Barr?
No recorded vote. Voice.
Voice. We're doing voice. There being no further discussion or amendments to the bill, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of substitute. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the picture, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Question now occurs on ordering the bill as amendment to be reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman.
move for a recorded vote.
The gentleman from Kentucky has asked for a recorded vote. A recorded vote being requested. All those in favor, recorded vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, a vote on this question is postponed. We'll now move to the next bill.
4430. We'll skip on this one.
Okay. We're going to take up, pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 4430, which was introduced by Representative Stile, the chair of our Artificial Intelligence, Financial Technology, Digital Assets Subcommittee. Clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 4430, to lower the aggregate market value of voting and non-voting common equity necessary for an issuer to qualify as a well-known seasoned issuer.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Representative Stile has an amendment at the desk in nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will now report that amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4430, offered by Mr. Stile of Wisconsin, designated as Stile 028.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for the purpose of the amendment. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Chairman Stile, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman Hill, and thank you for including today's Expanding WICSI Eligibility Act in today's markup. I also want to recognize Mr. Fields, who's co-leading this bill, as well as Ranking Member Waters for working with us to make progress on this issue. In summary, my bill will allow more well-run public companies to qualify for well-known seasoned issuer, WICSI status, by lowering the public float threshold from 700 million to 400 million. This will open up WICSI status for hundreds of American public companies. The WICSI construction was first introduced nearly 20 years ago, and since then it's demonstrated a strong track record of success. It has helped qualifying companies access public markets quickly and efficiently by using automatic shelf registration without compromising investor protections. Over time, the SEC and Congress have recognized the wisdom of tailoring the rules governing public companies, especially for issuers in good standing. Expanding WICSI eligibility, the Expanding WICSI Eligibility Act lowers the public float threshold and leaves all of the good governance requirements in place. It also requires the SEC to provide aggregated reporting on how many issuers submit and subsequently withdraw applications to waive their ineligible issuer status. This will allow Congress and the public to have a clearer view into how many issuers are attempting to regain their WICSI status after being deemed ineligible. The Expanding WICSI Eligibility Act is a common sense way to help companies responsibly raise money in the public markets, reduce undue regulatory burdens, and support American jobs and innovation. I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation and appreciate those, including Mr. Fields, who's worked with me for its submission. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The author of the bill yields back. Who seeks recognition on the style?
Chairman.
Let me go to the ranking member first. I'll come back to you. The ranking member, you're recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. For those listening at home, a well-known seasoned issuer, or WICSI for short, is a special status conferred on companies that frequently issue securities. WICSI status was created for these active issuers to have quick and efficient access to our public markets on the theory that the SEC has previously reviewed their registration statements and has confidence that these follow-on issuers will comply with the SEC's rules. These companies are also widely followed in the markets, so there are lots of eyes, so to speak, watching what they're doing. One of the most important benefits of being a WICSI is automatic shelf registration. Shelf registration is a process where a company registers securities with the SEC but doesn't sell them all at once. Instead, the company can periodically sell its securities over a period of time on an as-needed basis. The main requirement for an issuer to meet WICSI status and therefore earn automatic shelf registration is that it has previously issued 700 million or more in securities. Mr. Stiles' bill would lower that figure to 400 million. By reducing the WICSI threshold, the bill allows an additional 400 companies to qualify on top of the about 2,000 companies that qualify today. This will confer increased flexibility on more issuers who will be able to issue securities in the market when it makes the most sense for them. One final piece this bill does is provide transparency around the process of issuers that have been disqualified for operating as WICSIs from requesting a waiver from SEC staff. Notably, an issuer can lose their WICSI status if the issuer has been convicted of a securities-related felony or misdemeanor or has violated the anti-fraud provisions of the securities laws. Waivers are rarely formally denied because staff normally gives the issuer a heads up that their waiver is likely to be denied. So many issuers ultimately withdraw their waiver request. The final provision of this bill provides investors an annual basis of view into the number of waiver requests that have been withdrawn. Mr. Chair, I support this bill, and I urge all members to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from Pennsylvania? The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in support of H.R. 4430, the Expanding the WICSI Eligibility Act introduced by Representative Stile. The bill is about cutting red tape, lowering costs, and giving growing companies the tools they need to succeed in our public markets. By expanding well-known seasoned issuer status, we allow more businesses, particularly emerging ones, to raise follow-on capital quickly and efficiently. This means companies can avoid duplicative audits and lengthy SEC pre-approvals each time they raise capital, saving significant time and money. For example, a biotech firm that goes public at $100 million valuation often needs additional capital within months. Today, they face weeks of regulatory delays and hundreds of thousands in legal costs just to get back to market. This bill changes that, letting them launch subsequent offerings seamlessly so they can focus resources on innovation and hiring instead of this type of paperwork. This reform strengthens our public markets by encouraging companies to stay public longer, deepening market liquidity, and expanding opportunities for investors. I do urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan common sense bill and deliver a win for emerging businesses, public markets, and American innovation. Again, this allows new companies to access capital much more quickly. It is very favorably perceived by industry, and it will make a big difference as far as more workable SEC rules. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition on the amendment in nature of a substitute? Gentlewoman from Missouri.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to also thank Congressman Stile and Congressman Fields for their leadership on H.R. 4430, the Expanding WICSI Eligibility Act, which updates an outdated rule to help more American companies access capital quickly and efficiently. Right now, the bar to qualify as a well-known seasoned issuer, or WICSI, is set too high, locking out hundreds of strong mid-sized companies. By lowering the public float threshold from $700 million to $400 million, this bill simply brings the definition in line with today's markets, allowing more companies to take advantage of the proven benefits of WICSI status. This designation matters. WICSI companies can raise capital faster and at a lower cost through a streamlined registration process. That means they can react quickly to market opportunities, they can invest in growth and hire more workers, all without sacrificing any investor protections. For nearly 20 years, the WICSI framework has worked exactly as intended, boosting market efficiency and helping companies thrive, while still providing investors with all the information that they need. This is a straightforward bipartisan fix that modernizes an outdated threshold and strengthens American competitiveness. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition on Mr. Stiles' amendment in nature substitute? Seeing no additional speakers, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank Chairman Stile and Mr. Fields for sponsoring this bill to modernize the WICSI issuer framework to strengthen our public markets. Current rules deny many well-established companies from accessing streamlined offerings, not because they lack a strong disclosure record, but because they just don't meet outdated public float thresholds that were established 2 decades ago. This bill corrects that imbalance by lowering this public float requirement. Smart, bipartisan, I support it. I urge a yes vote. I yield back the balance of my time. Does anyone, if hearing no other debate on the ANS, does anyone wish to offer an amendment to the ANS? There being no further discussion or amendments to the bill, the question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in nature of a substitute. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill as amended to be reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek
Mr.
recognition?
Chairman, I seek a
A
recorded
recorded vote is requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, a vote on this question is postponed. We'll now turn and call up H.R. 4449, the Advocating for Small Business Act, which was introduced by Representative Gonzalez. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 4449, to amend the Securities Exchange Act of 1934 to establish offices of small business within rule writing divisions of the Securities and Exchange Commission to coordinate on rules and policy priorities related to capital formation.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and now open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak in support of my bill, H.R. 4449, the Advocating for Small Business Act, which I'm proud to lead with Congressman Garbarino. This bipartisan bill takes a common sense step towards ensuring that the voices of small businesses are heard during the Securities and Exchange Commission's rulemaking process. Small businesses are the backbone of America. They create 2 out of every 3 new jobs and serve as engines of innovation and local prosperity. They also provide real benefits to our local communities. For example, provide an opportunity for our veterans to contribute to their communities as they build a life after service, sponsor little leagues, and give back to charity. But far too often, these entrepreneurs face unnecessary barriers when they try to access capital, barriers that are results of rules designed with only large firms in mind. The Advocating for Small Business Act would create dedicated offices for small business with each of these SEC rule writing divisions. These offices will work hand in hand with the Office of the Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation to ensure that new policies support, not stifle, capital formation for small businesses and emerging businesses. This bill is about leveling the playing field. It's about making sure that small business owners in communities like South Texas have the same opportunities as those on Wall Street. So, Mr. Chairman, I urge the support for this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? The gentlewoman from Missouri, the chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank the gentleman, which would ensure that the voices of small businesses are heard across the SEC. Far too often, when federal agencies write new regulations, they fail to consider the differences between the largest firms and the smallest ones. Rules that are written with Wall Street in mind can apply indiscriminately to Main Street, driving up costs and compliance burdens that small businesses don't have the ability to bear. This bill would make certain that the voices of small businesses are not an afterthought in the regulatory process. By creating an Office of Small Business in each of the rulemaking divisions at the SEC, this bill will ensure that the Commission takes a tailored approach to new regulations, one that weighs the realities of different sized businesses and uses a fuller understanding of the companies these rules will impact. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Who else seeks recognition to speak on the gentleman's bill? Ms. Waters, the ranking member is now recognized,
I move to strike the last word.
and you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, while the SEC's North Star should always be investor protection and market integrity, it also is a premier federal agency that supports private capital formation for businesses. Established by Congress nearly a decade ago, the SEC's Office of the Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation acts as an independent voice for small businesses and startups, helping them to navigate SEC rules and advocate for improve access to capital. It also engages directly with small businesses, investors, and regulators to identify and address regulatory challenges. This bill would strengthen the voice of small businesses across the SEC and encourage the SEC staff to focus on the capital formation needs of small businesses. I want to thank Mr. Gonzalez for sponsoring this bill. I support this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Anyone else seek recognition on the gentleman's bill? Seeing none, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank my friend from Texas and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, for their collaborative work on this bill that puts small businesses at the center of SEC policymaking, not just on paper, but in practice, by creating the Office of Small Businesses. Within each rule-making division, the bill ensures early and consistent input from those who understand the capital formation challenges faced by startups and growing companies. If we want more business to grow and go public in the U.S., we need rules that reflect the realities, not just those of the largest firms. It's a common sense bill. It's pro-growth. It's bipartisan. It has my support, and I yield back the balance of my time. Does anyone else seek recognition? Hearing none, we'll move to amendments.
Mr. Speaker, may I ask for a recorded vote?
Not yet. And I don't want the job of speaker. I'll stick with chairman, but thank you so much. Hold that thought for just a moment. Are there amendments or further discussion? No further discussion or amendments. The question now occurs on ordering the bill to be reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Independent chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, may I ask for a recorded vote?
The recorded vote has been requested from the senator. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, the vote on this question is postponed. We'll now move to the next bill. Pursuant to notice, I call the resolution before the committee reauthorizing the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity of the Committee on Financial Services. The clerk will report the resolution, which was distributed in advance.
Resolution offered by Chairman Hill, reauthorizing the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity of the Committee on Financial Services.
Without objection, the resolution is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I'd now like to recognize Mr. Lucas, the chair of the task force, for 5 minutes to describe the purpose of this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to speak in support of your resolution authorizing the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity. The task force has been operating for 6 months. We've only just started to focus our attention on these topics that have gone neglected for years past. With the Fed's 5-year framework review wrapping up next month and transitions in leadership in the spring, this is a perfect time to examine monetary policy decisions and their effects on the real economy. We've also spent time taking stock of the health of the Treasury market, with the nation's debt continuing to outpace the capacity for market participants to intermediate. We held a hearing examining changes to market structure by agency regulations and market trends. And we've discussed the volatility observed in the market in April. And I want to thank Mr. Vargas, the ranking member of the task force, for his work engaging in these important issues. We found common ground on a number of topics, including reducing constraints on market participants in the Treasury markets and ensuring we have a smooth implementation of the SEC's clearing rule. And I look forward to continuing our work together. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Earlier this year, the committee established the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity to examine issues involving post-financial crisis monetary policy, Treasury market resilience in the face of large budget deficits, and other related issues that promote general economic prosperity. When all is right with the world, most Americans should be able to go about their day without even thinking about the Federal Reserve or the U.S. Treasury market. Americans should be able to make purchases, borrow, invest, save without being concerned that the value behind these actions is corrosive. But when either of these institutions fail, average Americans become the victims of economic collateral damage through no fault of their own. Unfortunately, we witnessed the Treasury markets fail a handful of times in the past few years. And additionally, in 2021, the Federal Reserve missed the mark on inflation. 4 years later, American households have yet to experience 2% inflation. It turns out the timing of the creation of the task force under Mr. Lucas's leadership could not have been more auspicious. At that time, no one could have predicted the issues that currently face the Federal Reserve or the Treasury markets over the past few months. As such, I could not be more grateful for the bipartisan work that Task Force Chair Lucas and Ranking Member Juan Vargas have done so far in addressing these issues. There is still more work to be done, and that's why I'm offering this resolution to extend the task force work for another 6 months. There's nothing more important to our national economy and the global economy than the deep and liquid Treasury markets and a strong, independent Federal Reserve focused on price stability. With that, I yield back. Who seeks recognition? The ranking member of the task force, Mr. Vargas, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I want to begin by thanking you and Ranking Member Walters for moving with great alacrity today. Appreciate that very much. And also for creating this very important task force on monetary policy, treasury markets, resilience, and the economic prosperity. And again, I want to thank Chairman Lucas for the collaborative and respectful way he has conducted our task force hearings. Over the past 6 months, we have been able to constructively engage on topics such as the Fed's dual mandate, improving the strength and resilience of our treasury market, and the most timely and importance of the central bank independence. At a time when the chairman of the Fed is coming under increased attacks, it's especially important to reaffirm our commitment to the value of the Fed independence. While it's true that Congress has a role to play in conducting oversight, there's a big difference between congressional oversight and the ongoing pressure campaign against the chairman. And although it isn't completely new for even the White House to try to influence monetary policy, that doesn't make it right. The whole point of an independent central bank is to insulate monetary policy from short-term political pressures. Hopefully, we learned a lesson or two from President Nixon's relationship with Chair Arthur Burns. As former Fed chairs Ben Bernanke and Janet Yellen recently wrote, the Fed's credibility is, quote, hard to acquire and easy to lose, end quote. So I look forward to continuing to discuss this issue and others in our future task force hearings, and I urge my colleagues to support this resolution. And again, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the resolution? The ranking member? You're recognized.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
This resolution will establish the monetary policy, treasury market resilience, and economic prosperity task force for an additional 6 months. The task force, led by Ranking Member Vargas, has held important hearings throughout this Congress, including an overview of monetary policy and economic growth, as well as 2 hearings on treasury market resilience. In light of the Trump administration's attacks on the Federal Reserve Chair Powell, this task force provides a vital platform to address the importance of Federal Reserve independence. Though the executive order, President Trump took the unprecedented step to seize control over historically independent federal financial agencies. Now, although the Fed's monetary policy function is carved out, experts have raised questions about how broad that exception is, as well as how the monetary policy function can effectively remain independent while other functions of the Fed are now overseen by the White House. The attacks on Fed independence don't stop there. Trump and others in his administration have also stooped to personally attacking Chair Powell, resorting to calling him names like a petty bully in a push to lower interest rates, even as inflation rises due to Trump's chaotic tariffs. Most recently, Trump and his allies have been using concerns over the Fed's building renovations as a pretext for firing Jay Powell. Meanwhile, the president has been silent about his HUD secretary, apparently using taxpayer funds to gut the National Science Foundation building and turn it into his own personal castle with a private elevator and a personal gym for his family. So let's be very clear. Trump is playing with fire by toying with the idea of firing the Fed chair. Markets would crash, and we could see hyperinflation like in other countries without an independent central bank. No wonder Trump's Treasury Secretary is begging him not to follow through with his threats, and I commend members on the other side of the aisle who agree. Earlier this year, Mr. Lucas, who has done important work as the chair of the task force, said he is looking into legislation that would ensure Fed independence from politics. Mr. Lucas said, and I quote, "An independent Fed is a very important institution," and that debate, I personally believe, was settled in 1913. Mr. Hill most recently said he doesn't believe Trump can fire Chair Powell. I agree with these statements, and now is the time for our committee to stand up and defend the laws that Congress wrote that make it very clear that the Fed is independent. Ladies and gentlemen, we really could be overwhelmed by some of the outrageous, brazen things that this president will attempt. His attempt to take over the Fed blows my mind that he would even try it. He's gone so far to create an investigation of Mr. Paul. And it's a fake investigation where he's trying to find some way to get rid of him. We all could be overwhelmed with this craziness by this president, but we can't afford to be, because we got to fight him. We got to fight him, and I would hope, at least on this, the Fed, that we could have bipartisan support when it gets down to whatever this president is trying to do. I am going to fight vigorously against an investigation, because I believe that if the president is allowed to somehow take over the Fed, he will begin to continue to tear up this country and divide us in ways that he's already shown he will do. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. There being no further discussion or amendments to the resolution, the question now occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 4427, the Syria Sanctions Accountability Act, which was introduced by Congressman Lawler. Clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 4427, to review banking restrictions, strengthen anti-money laundering capacity, and update sanctions with respect to the government of Syria and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Representative Lawler has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which were distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4427, offered by Mr. Lawler of New York, designated as Lawler 070.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as the base text for purposes of amendment. The gentleman from New York, the author of the legislation, Mr. Lawler, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This past December, the security environment in the Middle East experienced a monumental shift that many of us didn't think possible at the time with the fall of the Assad regime. Bashar al-Assad was a brutal dictator who used chemical weapons, cluster bombs, and indiscriminate shelling against his own people. He authorized mass murders and forced disappearances. He mass-produced and trafficked Captagon. His deposition was a welcome change in the Middle East and one that the Syrian people have been yearning for decades. We must continue to recognize and ensure a path to justice for the victims who were harmed under his regime. As the new leadership in Damascus gets its footing and attempts to restore relations with the U.S. and our allies, we must ensure that the security environment allows them to do so. And that's why I introduced the Syria Sanctions Accountability Act. The sanctions regime that the U.S. placed on Assad-controlled Syria was necessarily crippling and unrelenting. But now that Syria has new leadership in Ahmed al-Shara, we must modernize the mechanisms of U.S. sanctions on Syria to ensure this government has a chance. The Trump administration has already begun to take action on this, issuing several temporary actions while they conduct reviews and engage with al-Shara. While there is still a lot to be done by the new regime, the goal is to give them the chance to succeed while ensuring accountability for any malign activities. My bill provides the administration with the flexibility to ensure our posture is in line with the current environment and provides Congress with the information we need to act. First, it directs FinCEN to provide a briefing to Congress on its issuance of acceptive relief for the Commercial Bank of Syria, which will facilitate more international transactions to support the Syrian economy. Second, it instructs U.S. representatives to the IMF and the World Bank to support regular economic monitoring in Syria, processes to improve financial connectivity in Syria, and priorities related to anti-money laundering, weapons non-proliferation, and anti-corruption policies. Third, my bill requires a formal assessment from the Export-Import Bank on the appropriateness of current country limitations concerning Syria. This will provide an up-to-date risk assessment for trade in Syria to be fully transparent on the Syrian economy's financial outlook, particularly from a trade perspective. Lastly, my bill modernizes the Caesar Syria Civilian Protection Act by updating conditions to lift sanctions. This includes requiring the Syrian government to take verifiable steps to combat illicit proliferation of Captagon, ensuring the Syrian government is not engaged in the targeting or extrajudicial detention of religious minorities, and removing references to Russia and Iran that were originally placed in the law due to Assad's relationship with these adversarial regimes. Now is the time to pass meaningful legislation to modernize American foreign and financial policy regarding Syria. While we cannot hold the new leadership accountable for Assad's grave mistakes, we can provide updated accountability of our own and hopefully support their efforts to rebuild. I want to thank President Trump for leading this charge. Congress stands behind you, ready to provide you with the tools to make this happen. And I want to thank Chairman Hill and Ranking Member Waters for your support on expeditiously bringing this up to markup. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, you're recognized.
I applaud the gentleman for bringing up this bill. I think it embodies two policies that make sense. One of those is that that the new regime in Syria ought to meet standards. It is not perfect. It is way better than Assad, but whether it's Captagon, this illegal drug, or whether it is protecting religious minorities, this government has not done all that it should. And so it makes sense for us to have standards, and it makes sense for Congress to specify those standards. And the gentleman from New York has updated those standards from where we were with concerns with the Assad regime. But I will be introducing an amendment because there is a change in the nature of Syria now. Under Assad, he seemed to exercise an awful lot of control over what happened when he was in power. And so we simply specified in the old standards that we did not want him persecuting minorities. Now, it's not just what the government does, but it's what it fails to do to protect minorities. We see this especially in light of how many different militias are operating in the country. And we've seen, and I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this article from NBC News, a U.S. citizen killed in Syria sectarian violence alongside 6 Druze family members.
Without objection.
This is a citizen of the United States, a resident of Oklahoma. The video was verified by NBC, and we see that 7 members of this family executed by a militia that in prior years has been associated with the current president of Syria. And so we would want to insist that Syria do what it can. And I realize it's going to be tough for this to define over at the State Department what is the responsibility of the Syrian government to defend its minorities and to protect them. No government can be perfect. There are those subject in the United States to violence because they're in a minority status. But at the same time, there's reason to believe that the Syrian government isn't doing all that it should. So let us have in our standards an expectation that the government will do what it can, and it's not in full control of the country, but do what it can to protect its minorities. So I thank the gentleman for updating existing legislation on this and recognizing that whether or not this or that sanction should be lifted depends upon whether the government of Syria takes this or that action, that we cannot expect perfection. We are not looking for Jeffersonian democracy in Syria, but we are also looking for a government that does all it can to prevent 7 Druze, including 1 U.S. citizen, from being executed. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Recognize myself. I want to thank the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, for helping think through and sponsor this bill. This legislation builds on the President's historic support for Syria after the fall of the Assad regime. For a great deal of the last decade, I've spent my time in Congress uniting American allies and regional neighbors on a maximum pressure campaign against Bashar al-Assad for his human rights violations, mass murder, and transnational production of and trafficking of the drug Captagon. We've also fought for the return of expatriate Syrians to their villages and faith communities. Following Assad's ouster last year, the president announced that he would lift sanctions against the country to give the Syrian people a chance at greatness. For decades, the Syrians have been deprived of this opportunity under the brutal dictatorship of Assad and his father before him. Since 2011, during the Arab Spring, the Syrians voiced their desire for freedom, and Assad answered their protest with a slogan, "Assad, or we burn the country." And Assad went about doing just that. And now we must seize the chance to help the Syrians rebuild. On June 30th, the president kept his promise by officially removing sanctions against Syria's central bank and state-owned enterprises. At the same time, he's kept sanctions in place against Assad's henchmen and Syrian drug traffickers. The goal is to give the Assyrian economy a fighting chance while continuing to hold bad actors accountable. Nonetheless, the president is limited in his ability to provide relief under the 2019 Syria Civilian Protection Act, a vast array of secondary sanctions that has a chilling effect on foreign investors and financial institutions that could otherwise help revive the Syrian economy. Under the Caesar Act, the president may only waive sanctions for up to 180 days at a time. That statute does not sunset until the end of 2029. These 6-month waivers do not provide foreign businesses the certainty they need to engage in long-term economic development projects in Syria. Moreover, some of the language in the Caesar bill now carries perverse incentives. For instance, the president cannot suspend sanctions if Russia or Iran targets Syrian civilians. This provision used to make sense when those countries were co-collaborators with the Assad regime. But today it means that Russia or Iran could unilaterally force the U.S. into reimposing sanction by launching an attack somewhere inside Syria. In other words, these adversaries could undermine the president's own policy of using this law against our new foreign policy. Mr. Lawler's bill helps fine-tune the statute and prevent these unintended consequences. The Syrian Sanctions Accountability Act gives the president the authority to waive sanctions for longer than that 100-day period. It encourages businesses to help Syrians rebuild. In addition, the bill amends the Caesar Act to ensure that Russia and Iran cannot sabotage the president's relief effort. At the same time, many in Congress want sanctions modernization to go hand in hand with accountability. While Mr. Lawler's bill gives the president more flexibility, it also outlines conditions for that relief under the Caesar Act. First, Syria must continue making progress against Captagon trafficking that Assad put in place. And of course, the government is doing that. And they've committed to do that, and President Trump's asked them to do that. So it simply says that Syria should continue that effort. Captagon, for those listeners who are not familiar, is an illicit stimulant that spread throughout the Middle East, and it was at one point estimated to provide Syria with 90% of its foreign currency. So, second, Mr. Lawler's bill requests the Syrian government continue to uphold the rights of religious minorities in the country. If Damascus wants to continue its progress, it cannot provoke sectarian violence, and it gives the president significant leverage to keep the country on that reform track. Finally, the bill calls for the Treasury Department to review other restrictions it has in place to determine if they should be continued or not. It also includes support for the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank to help the Syrian government get on its feet, stop money laundering, and restore economic data collection and focus on economic growth. The Syrian people have suffered long enough, and we should commend the president for taking the first steps towards normalization. It's up to Congress to work thoughtfully to help the president achieve that result. I urge my colleagues to support Mr. Lawler's work, and I yield back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the A&S? Hearing none, we'll move to amendments. Does anyone wish to offer an amendment to the A&S? Ranking member?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Ranking member has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause while that's distributed.
Can I raise a point of order?
The gentleman from Tennessee raises a point of order.
Is this the
Swap
new
this
one?
out, this is new. I just added the white home, it's the same thing.
The clerk will report Mrs. Waters' amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4427, offered by Mrs. Waters of California, designated as H.R. 442701.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentlewoman from California is now recognized to describe her amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In December 2024, after years of civil war, the brutal authoritarian government of Syria collapsed. Armed rebel groups drove President Bashar al-Assad and his family from the country, and the victorious forces stepped in to form the new government of Syria. That government now faces significant challenges, depleted of resources, and under heavy economic and trade sanctions, which are remnants of the policies and laws directed at the Assad regime. The new government also faces significant challenges in standing up new laws and institutions, including federal agencies, a national military, diplomatic relations, and a robust banking system. It is for this reason that non-governmental organizations, civil society, and others have called for the removal of U.S. economic and trade sanctions in Syria. While sanctions helped to squeeze the Assad regime when it was in power, the sanctions also had a harmful effect on the Syrian people. The Syria Civilian Protection Act of 2019, or CESAR sanctions, are one such set of sanctions that were designed to change the behavior of the previous government as it waged war against its own people. While advocates for the Syrian people pushed for those sanctions during the Assad regime, now that the country has been liberated from its dictator, the sanctions they consider are no longer needed. Unfortunately, Mr. Lawyer's bill is not the solution we need. It doesn't go nearly far enough to eliminate the sanctions nor provide the certainty needed for banks, infrastructure companies, and others to engage in Syria. In fact, passage of it may prevent that relief from being applied. My amendment instead would repeal the CESAR sanctions in full. Only full repeal will assist the Syrian interim government and Syrian people. This is the conclusion of numerous groups, including the Syrian American Council, the White Helmets, and the Syrian Institute for Progress, together with the broader Syrian American community. We must help the Syrian people to rebuild Syria and to encourage investments in its future. As written, this bill blocks that goal, and thus I urge my colleagues to support this amendment so we can provide real, tangible, lasting relief to the Syrian people. Let me just say this before I close. I believe that not enough work has been done by our government or anybody to really understand what's going on in Syria. As a matter of fact, the conflicts are very confusing. Even those who are in charge of the government now are being challenged by other organized groups who talk about them in relationship to Assad. And so all of this is pretty early, and we all think that we know what we're doing when we talk about leave sanctions, remove sanctions, or do them partially. And we allude to accountability, but really we don't have all of the information, all of the intelligence that we need to really understand the conflicting groups and who's doing what.
Would the gentlelady yield for a question?
Yes, I would happily yield to the gentleman.
Thank you. So I agree with you in part that we don't have a full picture yet. And so what we're trying to do with the legislation is to provide the administration with a little bit of flexibility. What is confusing to me based on what you just said is why you would introduce amendment then to fully repeal the CESAR Act, which applies the sanctions, if in fact you are concerned that we don't have all the information on the ground and there may be problems that arise. You could have a coup tomorrow. why would you introduce an amendment then to fully repeal the sanctions? When
Reclaiming
I'm
my-
trying to tailor it to actually.
Reclaiming my time.
Yes.
I think that your amendment does something that is not complete, and giving a little bit of money to the Syrian government is a throwaway. It does not really accomplish what you think it will accomplish. I do believe we need to, first of all, know and understand what is going on, and then fully remove the sanctions so that those in
Gentlelady's time
charge
has expired.
have the accountability and we can move forward.
I thank the
I
gentleman.
yield back.
Does the gentleman from Tennessee insist on his point of order?
Withdraw my point.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. Is there further debate on the amendment? Gentleman, Mr. Lee.
I move the strike to last word.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I fully support this. I think, look, I come from the nonprofit sector, and we work on, humanitarian work here at home. And one of the things that if you talk to humanitarian organizations, international service organizations, they will tell you the sanctions are not effective in what the goal here is, maybe into focusing on the leaders, focusing on war criminals and so forth. Because on the ground, it is the Syrian people that are hurting because of these sanctions. You hear it from everyone in regards to how they're able to put their lives back together after over and over again human rights violations by, the Assad regime. And, I think the chairwoman, the ranking member is absolutely right in regards to if we're really here to partner and make sure that the Syrian people are able to rebuild and able to heal from all of the human rights violations and all of the destruction that has happened to their lives, we need to understand these sanctions are not hurting anybody but the Syrian people on the ground that in many ways had nothing to do with some of the things that I think is the focus of some of the intent, I guess, for the sanctions. You can see it everywhere, Mr. Chair. Every time we do sanctions, I don't care if it's in Syria or any other country, it is not the leaders that we're all focused on that get hurt. It is the people on the ground, and you hear it from humanitarian organizations all the time. And these are people that provide food and medical relief and so much more. And right now, it is hurting the opportunity for so many, even American-based organizations, to be able to provide support for the Syrian people. And so, Mr. Chair, I fully support this. If you want to all start over again and try to figure other ways out, fine. But sanctions, overwhelmingly, if you hear from different organizations, will tell you it's ineffective. If anything, it hurts the people. Again, I call them community members without titles, the person that are on the ground. They are the people that get hurt by this, not the people that, again, may be the target of the sanctions. So I really urge people to fully support this. If you were against the Assad regime, talk to the organizations here in the United States, talk to the Syrian people in the United States right now who have family members there. They will tell you, Mr. Chair, they will tell you, any of my colleagues, these sanctions are actually hurting them right now. And if you're not gonna listen to the same people that may have pushed this, because some of them were in disagreement with me when I told them sanctions are not gonna work here, but I think it's really important to understand there are a number of organizations out there now that are asking us to please remove these sanctions so they can rebuild and heal from the trauma that has been caused for years under the Assad regime. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back to you.
The gentlewoman yields back, who seeks recognition. The gentleman, Mr. Lawler, to speak on Ms. Waters' amendment. Recognized to strike the last word.
Move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
What hurts the Syrian people is a brutal dictator who uses chemical weapons to massacre his own people. What hurts the Iranian people is an oppressive regime that seeks to use nuclear weapons to destabilize an entire region. You can look at Iran to see that sanctions actually do, in fact, work. The fact is that at the end of the Trump administration, Iran was broke. Under the Biden administration, they had an increase of revenue to the tune of $200 billion because of an illicit oil trade with China that was permitted to move ahead. That is what funded Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis and other terror proxies. That's what supported and propped up Assad in Syria. That is what funded their ballistic missiles program that was used to indiscriminately target civilian populations in Israel and what funded their nuclear ambitions. And so, yes, sanctions are critical when you are trying to disrupt and dismantle authoritarian regimes. If sanctions were not put in place, Assad would still be in power. That's a simple reality. Iran would still be funding 93% of Hamas's budget. So when we look at the totality of this, sanctions actually do play a pivotal role. Now, we have to be realistic about the situation on the ground. We want Syria to succeed. We want the new regime to be able to move forward and actually form a stable government. And hopefully, yes, be a government that is of benefit to the people in Syria. But we also have to be realistic about the situation on the ground. And we want to make sure that that we are fighting the proliferation of Captagon, and that we are protecting religious minorities in this process. That is...
Will the gentleman yield,
no.
please?
Will the
Gentleman yield.
No. The bottom line here...
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I'm in the middle of making a point, thank you. The bottom line here is that we are seeking to give maximum flexibility to the administration to lift sanctions as the conditions warrant it. You're offering an amendment that would obliterate the sanctions. So at the same time that you are saying you are concerned about the situation on the ground, and you're not sure that giving Syria money is going to solve anything, you want to entirely eliminate sanctions. It's contradictory at best, and it doesn't really make sense. And so what I would say is what we are trying to accomplish here is to ensure that a sanctions regime is not completely eliminated, that there are conditions and benchmarks on the ground that have to be met so that we do hold this new Syrian government accountable, that they are, in fact, making decisions and taking actions that create a much better and more stable situation in Syria. The worst thing that could happen is that we pass your amendment, obliterate the sanctions, and tomorrow you have a coup in Syria. Then what? So this is a measure that we have put forth in this legislation that recognizes the fragility here and taking a positive step forward so that this fledgling government actually potentially has a chance to succeed. But if you immediately lift the sanctions and there's no accountability whatsoever, my fear is that this will collapse. So yes, with that, I will yield to the ranking member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lawler. Let me just say this. We in the African American community know when we're trying to do business, we get just enough business to resources to fail. And that's what you're doing here. Yes, you have all of the conflicts on the ground. There will be great expectations of the government. They cannot fulfill with your little bitty partial removal of sanctions. It's got to be full, it's got to be
Gentleman's time has
meaningful,
expired.
It's got to be done in a way that
Gentleman's
ensures.
time has expired.
Green from Texas.
Gentlewoman.
If I can, I would love to put into the record from the Syrian American Consul their statement that is in support of this amendment. The Syrian American Consul is made up of a lot of our residents and those that, again, are concerned about this particular sentiment and so forth, and fully support Congresswoman Waters' amendment. Again, the Syrian American Consul.
Without objection, that'll be included in the record. Who seeks recognition?
I seek recognition.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Chairman.
I often support sanctions laws, and I almost always hate the application of sanctions. The gentlelady from Michigan is correct. Sanctions often hurt the people. The purpose of a sanctions law isn't to impose a sanction. The purpose of a sanctions law is to prod the government to take reasonable steps. Now, I look forward to there being no sanctions on the Syrian people or government. But I also look forward to the forces inside that government being able to say, well, there are some of us who were part of the jihadi movement. The president himself used to head, I believe it was Al-Qaeda in Syria. He's changed to some degree. Not every one of his followers has changed. So I want in those internal discussions for somebody to say, we've got to protect the Druze, we've got to protect the Christians, and then we can have an effective economy. I want to strengthen the voices in Damascus who say we should have no sanctions and we should have no reason for sanctions. And I believe that the list of standards that the gentleman has in his bill needs to be improved in one respect, but is generally good. Nothing in this bill says we're going to sanction Syria until it recognizes Israel, becomes a democracy, and adopts woke policies. I would like to see Syria do all of that, but I don't think it's realistic. And I don't think we should sanction Syria if it fails to do so. But we should use the economic policy of the United States to prod this government to take reasonable steps. And the execution death of an American citizen by forces that some say are allied or not allied with the new government at least says that we should be using the economic power of the United States to insist that this government do what it can to protect its minority citizens. And if we don't speak up for the Christians, Druze, and Alawites, who will?
Yeah.
And at the same time, I hope that we're effective in prodding this government to have reasonable policies and effective in eliminating all sanctions.
Well, my colleague.
With that, I would yield to the
Michael-
ranking member if she has comments, and if she doesn't, then
is
to the gentlelady from...
Thank you. I will yield to the
Yes,
gentlelady from Michigan.
I was going to yield
I
to you,
think
too.
it's just really important. Sanction him. Sanction him. Because what the Syrian American community is telling us is what you're doing is crippling their effort. Sanction them, just like we did with Russia. We sanctioned the oligarchies and those that supported Putin. Sanction the people that want to fund it. But don't sanction the whole country to the point that you're crippling the economy. You're not letting them rebuild. It is so important to listen to the people on the ground who has no interest in whether or not he stays in power, he's connected to certain terrorist organizations or so forth. And if we want to talk about American citizens getting killed, look at Israel. We don't sanction them when they kill Americans.
I'm going
No,
to...
hold on, Mr. Chair.
I
It's really
believe it's my-
important. I know, but it's
It is my
important.
time. I have yielded to the
I know, but
gentlelady,
as
but
soon
I
as
haven't
say
yielded her
something about
all
Israel,
my
It is Mr.
time.
I want to
Sherman's
see how
time.
hypocritical we are in this chamber when we don't sanction other countries that
Mr.
vote.
I would
Ms.
like
Lee,
my remaining minute.
Mr. Sherman's time.
Gave you a minute of my time. I now would like my time back. No, I was about to reclaim it. You were about to hit the 1 minute. No, it had nothing, this is not a discussion of Israel. But what you did say was that we sanctioned Putin. We also sanctioned the Russian economy. We look forward to the day, not when we impose economic difficulties on Russia, but the day when Russia modifies its policies. We do not expect Russia to be entirely reasonable, but we do expect it to be more reasonable than it is. And if we limit our sanctions only to one man, there is little evidence that that would be effective. So I yielded to the gentlelady from Michigan, knowing that she and I don't always see eye to eye, but I didn't want to give her all my time, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Green from Texas.
The gentleman from Texas, I'm sorry, let me alternate. The gentlewoman from California, you're recognized for 5
I'd like
minutes.
to give my time to Mr. Lawler.
Mr. Lauer, you're recognized by Ms. Kim.
Thank you. Move to strike the last word. Look, the objective here is to begin the process of lifting the sanctions. We have to recognize the fragility of the situation on the ground. We want Syria to be more stable. We want a more stable government. We want the Syrian people to be free from the oppression of the Assad regime. But in order to get there, we can't just willy-nilly trust that everything's going to be A-okay. And so what we're trying to do here is give the administration flexibility to begin the process of lifting sanctions. I think a wholesale repeal of the sanctions is premature. And at the end of the day, yes, I agree with you. Oftentimes, the people on the ground are the ones that are most acutely impacted to the sanctions. But in the absence of economic pressures, the alternative to stopping behavior is oftentimes conflict. And I don't believe that in all of these cases, that should be our answer. That should be our immediate response. Applying sanctions, for instance, I advocated for secondary sanctions at the beginning of the Ukraine war. There should have been greater sanctions applied to Putin and to Russia when he first invaded. The Europeans should have been smart enough to stop purchasing Russian gas. They were not. They continued down this path, and in fact, funding the very war they're trying to stop. The stupidity of it is just mind-boggling. But we have to be willing to take necessary economic measures to stop or curtail or try to change certain behavior. In this instance, the objective here is to lift. I think we all agree with that goal, that hope that we are able to lift sanctions on Syria and ultimately the Syrian people so they actually have a functioning economy and can be able to start to rebuild and recover from the oppression that they lived under and the tyranny that they lived under Assad. But I think it would be very foolish for us to fully eliminate the sanctions authority in the immediate while there is still challenges that we just saw last week with the Druze minority religious group and the conflict that erupted with Israel and Syria. This is still a very tenuous situation. And I do not want us to be in a situation where we lift sanctions and all of a sudden you have a collapse of this government that is trying to take hold, and then you have an even more precarious situation. So that is why we are trying to take a measured approach to this. And with that, I will yield to my colleague for a question. Oh, may I yield to Mrs.
It's Mrs. Kim's time.
Yeah.
Mrs. Kim, may I yield?
And for my good colleague from New York, one of the things that they say here, and I think it's important, and I ask you a question, do you think that it directly contradicts the clear policy direction that's President Trump did with the executive order? I mean, one of the things that they are emphasizing that it shifts U.S. posture from isolation to engagement, and then it opens a door, what I think the president and others that want a peaceful transition, right, want to open a door for reconstruction and refugee return, that this would hinder it. I mean, that's what they're concerned about, because what they say here, so you know, is that Captagon Act already deals with some of the concerns that you might have, and that's why you're pursuing this. And why isn't that already, because it's already redundant to continue to do this if we already have laws in place that address some of the concerns that you have. And again, their biggest struggle is trying to figure out how do they rebuild, how do they reconstruct, or how do we create a, and by the way, all Syrians deserve to be safe. How do we really create peace there if we continue to sanction them?
So I think a few things. I do not believe this makes it more difficult. I think as long as the government continues to fight Captagon and refrain from targeting religious minorities, the president will have an open-ended waiver under this bill. And this will be crucial to spur investment. And by acknowledging
Gentlelady's
like
time
the
from
Druze
California
minority,
has expired.
I think the bill demonstrates to Israel and our other allies that
The
we
gentle-
take this
gentlelady's
seriously,
time has expired.
and we want to bolster the
Thank
president's
the gentleman.
authorities.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the gentlelady from California.
Thank you very much, Mr. Green. What I'm trying to explain to Mr. Lawyer and others is that there were 350,000 Syrians killed between 2012 and today. And what I'm trying to explain is, yes, there are these different factions, but what you have to understand is there are great expectations from the people. People expect that all of those children who were burned under the chemical warfare will be taken care of, and we'll not just bring 2 or 3 of them here every now and then as best we can to try and restore their faces, etc. They understand they've got to have the financial relationships and deal with the banks, but they've got to organize and get all of these groups. That takes money. That takes people. And these expectations cannot be met if you're dribbling out a little money and partial this and partial that. We need to remove the sanctions, give them the ability to not only get the resources that they need, get the support that they need, build their personnel in all of these areas of government, et cetera, so they can do all of this work. The worst thing that you can do is have them now in government, not with all of the resources that they need in order to meet the expectations of the people. This is extraordinarily important. Those 350,000 Syrians that have been killed, what do you think is happening with their families and those neighborhoods and all of that? The money must be there. The resources must be there. Give them a chance. Don't put them in a position to fail. Because if you put them in a position to fail, then you will say, see, it didn't work, but it will not have worked because you did not remove those sanctions. This is extraordinarily important. Mr. Lee, I'll yield back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's the gentleman from Texas this time.
Mr. Green, will you please yield to Mr. Lee?
I honor the request of the ranking member. I yield to Mr. Lieb.
Thank you, sir. I just want you all to know we're creating a recipe for disaster. We really are when we continue these really hardcore sanctions. You know, peaceful transition is doomed if we maintain such a strong hold that doesn't allow humanitarian organizations. And these are organizations that have incredibly, strong credibility in the international world. And economic devastation, we saw this over and over again in other countries. Economic devastation and despair is the recipe for further conflict, instability, and human rights abuses that we're all trying to. It's not just the Druze, it's so many other people in Syria. And so I think we just have to move carefully. We are at a point, again, where I rarely agree with colleagues in regards to this, but one thing that we did agree was it was a brutal regime. But even then, those sanctions didn't hurt him. It hurt the people on the ground, and I heard it over and over again, those that were trying to provide medical care and so much more. With that, I yield back to Mr. Green.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, who seeks recognition. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Let me say that members on both sides of the aisle have made good comments about a very tragic and appalling situation, which is the really 60 years of the Assad regime, which penalized, punished, killed, maimed, and destroyed the country of Syria for the power and glory and money for the Assad family. This culminated in 2011 in the Arab Spring when Assad decided, as I said, it's either you pick him or he burns the country. And by golly, he did a hell of a job. I'll use the number of 350,000. I think it's more than that, but let's stick with that number of that many people killed. 12 million refugees, millions in Turkey, millions in North Georgia, Jordan, Lebanon, the United States, Europe. But what's happened since December is those families are trying to go back to their villages in Aleppo, they're in Sweda. The Rukban camp where 30,000 people were just starving to death, had no medical attention except by the NGO help led by Muaz Mustafa from my own district in the 2nd District of Arkansas, and the U.S. military. That camp's empty now. And many of those people are from Dara, from Sweda, from the southern part of the country, and they're not in a camp in the middle of the desert anymore. So there is change in Syria. We're grateful for that. We're grateful that President Trump eliminated the sanctions that he could using his executive authority. And what Lawler is attempting to do, I think, is in echoing a comment that Ranking Member Waters made, which is we want sanctions relief, we want money to flow back into the country, we want the central bank to function. We want a business in Damascus to be able to get a Microsoft license.
That's right.
And so, but how do we do that in the right way? Lawler's not adding burden, in my judgment, in his proposal. He's granting sanctions relief. He's encouraging the government to keep up its good work, as Sherman points out, about protecting religious minorities, which is very challenging in Syria. Very challenging. It is everywhere. I agree with the gentlewoman from Massachusetts. And so the president has these freedoms, but in this bill, he's granted statutory relief that he doesn't have as it relates to the jurisdiction of this committee about the International Monetary Fund and OFAC as it relates to the central bank. So the bill is a balanced bill, and I agree with the gentleman from New York's premise, and I agree with Ranking Member Waters that the people of Syria who want to go back to Aleppo, to Damascus, to Sweda, to Dara, yes, they need to be able to go back to work and have money to rebuild their home and rebuild their lives. But it is a very tenuous circumstance. And just 3 days ago, Secretary Rubio warned the interim government, you must protect religious minorities if you want to go forward. And I commend my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. Read Secretary Rubio's words. I think that's the caution that Mr. Lawler has raised. And I just would also urge my colleagues, I think this is the step in the right way forward. And then I would commend those of you on the committee for Foreign Affairs. Mr. Meeks is our ranking member. He's not here today. Total sanctions relief can be considered by the House Foreign Affairs Committee. But I think this is a balanced approach in our jurisdiction to echo the sanctions relief by President Trump, put more money in the country, and at the same time, do so in a cautious but positive way. Final comment I'd like to make. There is appropriated money that this Congress has approved for the last several years to document the war crimes by Assad. We have had prosecutions succeed against Assad, his family, and his henchmen that created those mass graves that you read about in the New York Times over the weekend. But we need that funding from the United States to continue to support war crimes documentation, just as we remember Bucha in Ukraine. And I hope that money will continue to document the war crimes of Putin in Ukraine as well. I would yield to the ranking member.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we're asking the World Bank and the IMF to help. They're expecting us to provide some leadership. We cannot ask others to do what we all should be doing without providing the leadership.
Let me reclaim my time and say that's precisely Mr. Lawler's bill, is to give that relief to the international financial institutions by the World Bank so that they, so that they can get into Syria and help. And with that, I yield back. Who seeks recognition? Is there further debate? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment by Mrs. Waters to Mr. Lawler's A&S. All those in favor of the Waters amendment shall say aye. Aye. All those opposed shall say nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. We will now move on to the next amendment. Recorded vote. Recorded vote. The gentlewoman from California requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hands. Sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. We'll now move to the next amendment. The gentleman from California.
I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause while it is distributed.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, can I reserve point of order, Mr. Chairman?
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves a point of order. The clerk will report Mr. Sherman's amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4427, offered by Mr. Sherman of California, designated as Sherma 069.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and I yield to the gentleman from California to describe his amendment.
On page 5, item number 9 focuses on the government of Syria not being engaged in targeting or extrajudicial detention of religious minorities. That's good, but international law requires governments to do what they can to protect religious minorities. And that is why I believe the chairman quoted Secretary Rubio in saying that he is pushing the government in Damascus to protect its religious minorities. This is especially important given the complicated situation in Syria, where it's hard to know what armed groups are part of the armed forces of the government, what are militias allied with the government, what are militias hostile to the government. And so it is not enough for the Syrian government to say, well, 7 Druze were executed, but we didn't target them. We have to say, we know it's difficult, but did you at least have a policy of protecting? And that is why my amendment simply adds to standard number 9 that the government meet its responsibility to protect its minorities. Now, again, we can't be unrealistic. There's a lot of violence in Syria, a lot of armed groups, a lot of areas where the government doesn't exercise control. But at the same time, I don't think it's enough to turn to the government and say, our number one focus, I think, of this regime of still having sanctions is to push the government to protect its religious minorities, not just to push the government to be hands-off and not be responsible for this or that armed group. Now, this is particularly important. President al-Shara is a former head of Syrian al-Qaeda. There are forces that are associated with the government, including at times its uniformed government forces, who have waged massacres against Syria's Druze, Alawites, and Christian minorities. Of course, Sueda is the center of that problem. I've mentioned this video showing the execution of 7 individuals, including an American citizen, as I think one horrific example. Just last month, Reuters reported that Syrian forces massacred 1,500 Alawites in March, with the chain of command going back to Damascus in the view of Reuters. So we want to prod the Syrian regime to do what a number of things. Most importantly is not only not to target its religious minorities, but to do all it can to protect. And I know the gentlelady from Michigan told us that we need to listen to the Syrian American Council, and we should. But that council tends to focus on the majority of Syrians, and we also have to listen to Christian minorities who are represented here in the United States as well. So I look forward to the government of Syria making it clear to the government of Syria that it should do all it can to protect its minority groups, and I look forward to the government of Syria meeting that standard, and I look forward to the end of sanctions against the Syrian regime. With that, I'll yield to anybody who wants me to yield. And not seeing anyone, I yield back to the chair.
Gentleman yields back. Does Mr. Lucas, do you insist on your point of order?
Would like to withdraw my point of order, Mr.
The
Chairman.
gentleman withdraws his point of order. Who seeks recognition? Let's go to Mr. Lawler, then we'll come back to the ranking member. Mr. Lawler, you're recognized.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized to strike the last word for 5 minutes.
I appreciate Mr. Sherman's amendment, and I certainly share his support and his intention in offering the amendment for the express purpose of making sure that the Syrian government does in fact protect religious minorities' rights in Syria. But I do have to oppose this amendment due to concerns over the unintended consequences and the kind of vagueness of the language in a way. The bill we have before us today ensures that the Syrian government is itself not engaged in the persecution of religious minorities. And Mr. Sherman's amendment would also require the government, quote, not to fail to meet its responsibility to protect, end quote, these minorities. Unfortunately, as we know around the globe, we cannot all guarantee the capacity of that government to meet that standard. And I think the same applies to many governments in the developing world. And so I'm a little concerned that this amendment could end up, in fact, to the point of my colleague, Ms. Tlaib, punishing the Syrian people, even if the government is doing its best, but is unable to ensure that others are not, in fact, engaged in conduct that is detrimental to those religious minorities. And so I think we need to be a little cautious and a little realistic as possible as we're establishing these benchmarks for the purpose of lifting the sanctions. But I do want to reiterate, I share Mr. Sherman's concerns, but I do believe the bill as written addresses them in a way that can actually be implemented on the ground. And so I ask my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yielded back. Now let me yield to the ranking member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I support Mr. Sherman's amendments. He's simply asking that the minorities on the ground be protected. It's one thing to talk about it, but it's another thing to have the resources by which to do that. Every day we're looking at Haiti, for example, where they have these gangs that are raining terror on the people. But guess what? We have to bring in people from other countries and pay them to do security in order to do protection. You cannot protect without making sure that you have means by which to protect. Again, it's one thing to say that's what you want to do, but you don't want to give them the resources by which to do that. I alluded to the awesome responsibility of organizing and getting everybody in place. I alluded to the fact that there are going to be great expectations for our government who will not have the resources unless those sanctions are fully removed. And so, with that, I yield to Mr. Sherman to continue. I support your amendments.
I think my amendment is clear, but I'm willing to make it more clear to make the gentleman from New York's concerns. The amendment as written says responsibility to protect. No nation has an absolute responsibility to protect. A nation has, each government has a responsibility to take reasonable steps to protect. That is well established international law. So obviously we do not want to impose sanctions on the government of Syria because it is imperfect in its ability to protect its religious minorities. If the gentleman from New York would like, and I hope you're looking at the amendment, we can add on its second line, failing to take reasonable steps to meet its responsibility to protect. So if those words meet his concerns and tighten up the amendment, we would add after the word TO on the second line to take reasonable steps to. With that, I would hope that the gentleman from New York would respond.
I appreciate you working to adjust the language, and I am okay with that amendment for the purpose of our shared goal of protecting the religious minorities within Syria while recognizing the reality of the situation on the ground.
So I ask unanimous consent to be able to add those words to my amendment. Otherwise, I'd have to suggest another amendment.
Without objection, and could I ask, could we stop the clock there for a minute and let Mr. Lawler and Mr. Sherman and Mr. Waters visit for a minute? Yeah.
Yes.
We're reconvening. The clock is on. Whose time is it?
Mr. Chair, I have a consent request.
It's Ms. Waters' time, and would you like to yield to Mr. Sherman? It's her, continuing her time, right? So, Ms. Waters, this is your 2 minutes, and you can either.
Do you need more time?
I do.
Yeah.
I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Chairman.
I ask unanimous consent to have my amendment read as follows. Page 5, line 10, insert before the period the following, open quote, comma, nor is it failing to take reasonable steps to meet its responsibility to protect religious and ethnic minorities, period.
It's
I ask
without
unanimous
objection.
consent. Good.
Without objection, and
So
Ms. Waters-
that is how my amendment would read, and I would add for the legislative history that it is the intention of this amendment in using the word ethnic to cover both ethnic and racial groups.
I reclaim my time. Mr. Lawler, do you agree?
I thank the ranking member, and I thank my colleague, Mr. Sherman. I do agree to the changes as proposed and will support this amendment.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I thank the ranking member, Mr. Sherman, Mr. Lawler, for their collaboration on this improvement. Is there further debate or amendment? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment shall say aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Opinion of chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment is adopted. We'll now move to the next amendment. Seeing no further amendments, without objection, the previous question on the substitute is ordered, and recorded votes on the pending amendments have been postponed. Once those votes are taken, the committee will immediately vote on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and then we'll consider a question to report the measure. We'll now move to the next bill. I'll let you find it. Yeah, it's on the back up front. Yeah. So much skipping. Yeah.
Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 4423, the new No Burma Funds Act, which was introduced by Representative Williams of Georgia. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 4423, to continue to pause on disbursements and new financing commitments to the government of Burma.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Representative Williams has an amendment in the form of the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4423, offered by Ms. Williams of Georgia, designated as Will GA 065.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for the purposes of amendment. The gentlewoman from Georgia, Mrs. Williams, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my bill, H.R. 4423, the No New Burma Funds Act, would mandate that the United States use voice and vote to continue the World Bank's pause on disbursements and new financing commitments to the government of Burma. This pause was initiated after a military coup overthrew the democratically elected government of Burma in 2021. As you may know, over 4 years ago, the democratically elected leaders of Burma's ruling party, the National League for Democracy, was overthrown by the Tatmadaw, Burma's military. Since the military regime's coup, we have seen families displaced, citizens detained without access to income, education, or health care, and acts of genocide against the Burmese civilian population. I've always said that I center my work on my constituents and fighting for those most marginalized, and this is true with this bill. In my district alone, in DeKalb County, it is home to over 2,000 Burmese refugees. In another life, prior to my congressional service, I was a public school teacher, and I had a student who was a Burmese refugee. Chityen's story was empowering, and it was a stark reminder that not only do we have an obligation to help those, no matter their zip code, but we have a duty to help those, no matter where they are on the globe. This legislation gives our country yet another tool in the toolbox to put financial pressure on the Burmese government by ensuring that the U.S. Executive Director at the World Bank presses the institution to continue the pause on the disbursement of funds and new financing commitments so that the Burmese government can give power back to the most important piece of any thriving free country, the people. I'd like to thank Congresswoman Young Kim for co-leading this important piece of legislation, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Is there any further debate on the ANS? The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would like to ask to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On February 1st, 2021, the democratically elected members of Burma's government were deposed by the military. 4 years after the military coup, chaos has overtaken Burma. Since 2021, more than 6,000 people have been killed, 20,000 people have been detained, and more than 3.5 million people are displaced. This humanitarian crisis caused by the Burmese military junta proves that it cannot be trusted to store funds provided by international financial institutions to the communities that actually need them in Burma. The No News Funds for Burma Act would suspend disbursements and financing from the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development to Burma until the Treasury Secretary identifies a meaningful change in the regime and a restoration of democratic values. So I want to thank Representative Williams of Georgia for allowing me to co-lead the No News Funds for Burma Act, and I hope that my colleagues will join me in condemning the violence in Burma and supporting this legislation. Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word.
Ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank Representatives Williams of Georgia and Representative Kim for their work on this important bill, one that stands up for human rights and those suffering under oppression. This bill would require the Secretary of the Treasury to press the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the IBRD, which is an arm of the World Bank, to continue its current pauses on disbursing money to Burma and on making new financing commitments to the Burmese government. The IBRD is a global development cooperative owned by 189 member countries. Through loans, guarantees, and other services, it provides financial products and policy advice to help countries reduce poverty and extend the benefits of sustainable growth to all of their people. The World Bank provided assistance to Burma for educational, infrastructure, agricultural, and health purposes. However, after February of 21, in response to the military coup that took over the country, the World Bank froze existing and future financial activities with the Burmese government. The World Bank found that the military overthrew, quote, set back the country's democratic transition and development, end quote, resulting in a sharp increase in internal conflict and displacement. This has been especially true for the Nahim an ethnic minority, largely Muslim, that has borne the brunt of the military government's abuse. The decision to pause funding and new financing commitments is in line with United States policy, and no new projects have been approved since 2021. Given the human rights violations committed by current Burmese leadership, we must pass this bill to ensure that no new funds are dispersed by the World Bank to the government. We do not want the country's repressive military leadership to use those funds to continue committing human rights violations against its own people. I support Representative Williams' bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on its passage. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate on the ANS? Seeing none, I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank Representative Williams of Georgia for her work on this bill. Following the military coup in Burma in 2021, the international community acted with remarkable speed and unity to exert diplomatic and economic pressure on the junta. The World Bank took a significant stance at the time. It suspended all direct financial assistance to the Burmese government. This sent a clear message that illegitimate rule and crimes against civilians would not be rewarded. It is essential that the U.S. continues to advocate for the World Bank's suspension of new disbursements in financing to the minor military-controlled government. This is what Ms. Williams' bill accomplishes. It is a prudent approach that reinforces the economic pressure on the regime. By continuing to withhold financial support, the global community diminishes the junta's ability to consolidate power and resources, thus promoting conditions conducive to a political transition. Our shared goal is to support the Burmese people in their pursuit of freedom and justice so that democracy may flourish again. I applaud the gentlewoman from Georgia for her efforts on this issue, and I believe it's an important step in the right direction, and I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back. Does anyone else seek recognition on ANS? Hearing none, we'll move to amendments. Does anyone wish to offer an amendment to the ANS? There being no further discussion or amendments to the bill, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed will signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill as amended to be reported to the House with favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested, and all those in favor of a recorded vote raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. The vote on this question is postponed. We will now move on to the next bill. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 3190, the Brave Burma Act, which was introduced by Representative Huizenga. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 3190, to amend the Burma Unified Through Rigorous Military Accountability Act of 2022 to extend the sunset to require a determination with respect to the imposition
Without
of
objection, the
sanctions.
bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Representative Huizenga has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3190 offered by Mr. Huizenga
Without
of
objection, the
Michigan.
amendment is considered read and will serve as a base text for the purposes of this amendment. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity, and I want to say thank you to my colleague, Ms. Williams, for her work on these issues surrounding Burma as well. And as I've mentioned many times before this committee and in the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Burma issues are near and dear to my heart, as well as those of many of my Burmese constituents. and members of the Battle Creek Burma Center in Southwest Michigan. It was here that I first heard the stories about families and friends of theirs in horrific situations back in Burma, and the lack of mainstream media attention given to those atrocities. Taking a step back, the military coup in February of 2021 removed the democratically elected government in Burma and replaced it with a military junta known as the State Administrative Council. Following that date, protests and general strikes ensued from pro-democracy advocates, which ultimately led to a chain reaction of devastation, including the indiscriminate killing of protesters and previously elected leaders, airstrikes against schools, IDP camps, and civilian infrastructure, and human rights violations perpetuated by the oppressive military regime. Years later, thousands are dead, tens of thousands have been detained, and millions of people are displaced. In response to the calls for action from the Burmese diaspora in the United States, I introduced H.R. 3190, the Brave Burma Act. This bipartisan bill was co-led by fellow Congressional Burma Caucus co-chair Betty McCollum and Representatives Ann Wagner and Seth Moulton, and co-sponsored by several other bipartisan members from this very committee. The Brave Burma Act is intentional in its action, targeting the heart of the military junta's revenues, which it uses to purchase advanced weaponry abroad. Specifically, the bill requires the president to impose full blocking sanctions on, first, the state-owned Myanmar oil and gas enterprises, also known as MOGI. This is the junta's single largest source of foreign revenue, reportedly generating over $1 billion annually. Second, the state-owned Myanmar Economic Bank, also known as the MEB, which is operated by junta cronies and processes weapons transactions. In 2023, the Treasury imposed sanctions on two other state-owned banks, the MFTB and the MICB, which were then the primary gateways to the international financial system. However, those actions forced the junta to then explore other lifelines, being the MEB, to access international financial institutions. The time has come to close that loophole. Third, it would sanction any person operating in the jet fuel sector of the Burmese economy. This sector is intricately linked to the complex network of acquisitions which obfuscate the origins of the fuel and circumvents existing international sanctions regimes. Properly enforcing these sanctions would curtail the junta's ability to conduct indiscriminate and deadly airstrikes against the people of Burma. Additionally, the Brave Burma Act requires the Secretary of the Treasury to limit any increase in Burma's influence at the IMF as long as it's governed by the military junta, preventing both voting power and limiting borrowing capabilities. And in closing, let me be clear. The State Administrative Council is the illegitimate government of Burma and continues to perpetuate an endless cycle of violence against its very citizens. In May 2025, before this committee, I was encouraged to hear Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent say that he shares our concerns and is open to imposing consequential actions on persons who threaten the peace and stability of Burma. Additionally, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, before the House Foreign Affairs Committee, committed to implementing the bill as intended. And the United States must use its authorities and tools at its disposal to stop this humanitarian disaster from worsening. As I always say, Mr. Chairman, sanctions are only as good as the willingness to impose them. The Brave Burma Act offers an opportunity of hope for the people of Burma and builds on a long-standing precedent of bipartisan Burma legislation. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the ANS? Further debate on the ANS? Gentlelady?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
This bill from Representative Hazinga requires the president to annually determine whether to impose stronger sanctions on a handful of energy and banking entities in Burma. Additionally, the bill would require the Secretary of Treasury to limit any increase in Burma's influence at the International Monetary Fund, so long as Burma's illegitimate military leadership remains in power. These are the same Burmese leaders who came to power through a 2021 overthrow of the government and who have been violating the human rights of their own people for decades. This is particularly true for the Rohingya, a largely Muslim ethnic minority. The Biden administration officially determined that the Burmese government's violence against the Rohingya was genocide under U.S. law. Is one reason I have introduced and passed many Burma-related provisions. This includes a legislation that was enacted within the National Defense Authorization Act of 2022 that established a formal U.S. government policy to oppose any international financial institution funding through the Military State Administration Council or any successor entity controlled by Burma's military. Similarly, this bill aims to address the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Burma by cutting off the country's ruthless, illegitimate leadership from revenue sources it uses to facilitate its acts of genocide against the Burmese civilian population. I appreciate the intent behind this bill and urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any further debate on the ANS? Seeing none, I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank the gentleman from Michigan, our committee vice chairman, Huizenga, for sponsoring this legislation. The 2021 military coup in Burma unleashed extraordinary violence against innocent civilians. Thousands have been killed and arrested, with millions more internally displaced. At the same time, the military has steadily lost territory, and the time to exert additional pressure is now. Mr. Huizenga's bill requires sanctions determinations for major Burmese entities, and it targets the jet fuel sector at a time when the junta is reliant on air assaults to preserve its rule. Like Representative Williams of Georgia's efforts on H.R. 4423, the No New Burma Funds Act, our committee is focused on a bipartisan basis to support the Burmese people and their return to democracy. I commend the gentleman's strategic approach and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. And I yield back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the ANS? Hearing none, we shall move to amendments. Does anyone wish to offer an amendment to the ANS? Seeing no amendments, there being no further discussion or amendments on the bill, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill as amended to be reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested, and all those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, the vote on the question is postponed. We shall now move on to the next bill.
The notice, I call up H.R. 4346, the Peace Act of 2025, which was introduced by Representative Nunn of Iowa. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 4346, to secure a peaceful resolution to the Russia-Ukraine conflict by requiring the Secretary of the Treasury to prohibit or impose strict conditions on the opening or maintaining in the United States of a correspondent account or payable through account by certain foreign financial institutions and for other purposes.
Without objection, this bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Representative Nunn has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which were also distributed in advance. The clerk will report that amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4346, offered by Mr. Nunn of Iowa, designated as Nunn 084.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for the purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, the author of the bill, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this committee coming together today. I believe there is strong bipartisan support here for H.R. 4346, preventing the escalation of armed conflict in Europe, or more specifically, the Peace Act. This spring, while President Trump led the global push for diplomacy with Russia, the war in Ukraine continued to escalate. On March 6th and 7th, the Kremlin launched missile strikes on civilian homes and energy infrastructure, its sixth assault on Odessa in just the last 2 weeks. On July 9th, Russia launched its largest aerial attack of the war, raining down hundreds of drones and ballistic missiles after President Trump allowed European allies to purchase U.S.-made Patriot missiles to send to Ukraine. Dozens were killed. Thousands have been displaced, and yet the war continues to rage. As President Trump continues to ask for peace in the region and pleading directly to Moscow itself, his answers have gone mute. This escalation requires a strategic, immediate, and forceful response. As a combat veteran who has flown sorties off the coast of Russia, who has seen firsthand Russian actions across the Middle East, across the world, we know that Russians respond best to peace when it comes in the form of strength. I know the value of exhausting every tool in U.S. arsenal, from diplomatic to economic to militarily. And I do not want to see American troops involved in another protracted war. And that is why, Mr. Chair, I believe we need to maximize our most powerful non-military tool, financial pressure. Despite past sanctions, foreign banks are still working to with prohibited Russian oligarchs and energy companies and the Kremlin-linked firms to keep Russia's lifeline alive. That lifeline must now be severed. That is where our Peace Act comes into being. This bipartisan bill will grant the Department of the Treasury new authority to prohibit and restrict U.S. banks from accessing foreign financial institutions that knowingly provide a significant financial service to sanctioned Russian individuals, entities, including those like energy companies. It directly targets the financial pipeline that is fueling Putin's war, without costing U.S. taxpayers a single dime. This is not a blunt instrument. This bill is narrow, it's targeted, it's enforceable, and it will be highly effective. It does not impose broad-based sanctions that cause needless disruption to global markets while leaving Putin prime sources of hard currency and results in unaffected harm to the Kremlin. Instead, it allows the administration to have its hands untied and be able to execute effectively in stopping these funds. Mr. Chair, this is a smart, precise, and time-limited tool that gives us the financial edge we need to support peace without a shot being fired. And I would offer, Mr. Chair, we don't have the luxury of time to waste. Every delay empowers Putin. Every loophole prolongs this war. Every life that is lost in Ukraine today is a potential threat to Europe and the United States' national security tomorrow, and certainly our men and women in uniform who are on that front line. If we want peace, we must act with urgency and strength, reinforcing the message that access to the U.S. financial system should not be used by enablers of Moscow's aggression. Therefore, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to pass this bill now, to send a clear message to Russia. The world is watching, and we will not stand by. I want to extend my personal gratitude to my co-lead on this, Representative Josh Gottheimer. Together, working across the aisle and across the chamber, we've had the ability to make sure that Russia is truly held accountable and that national security is always placed as the #1 priority for our country. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition on Mr. Nunn's A&S? Mr. Davidson, the chair of our Subcommittee on National Security, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I thank Mr. Nunn for his thoughtful approach to this. We've got some rival ideas on this challenging time with Russia. Russia's unjust invasion of Ukraine has gone not unnoticed and not unchecked. This war has drug on for a long time, and President Trump has made clear that his end state is peace. And frankly, some of the counter ideas aren't designed to achieve peace. They're designed to create escalation and expansion of the war. I'm particularly concerned about the approach offered by Senator Lindsey Graham. I think it's a very aggressive approach. That's not to say that there's not a case for it. He certainly makes it vocally. But I don't think it's designed for a peaceful resolution. I think it's designed to interject America into more wars in more places, and perhaps in places that expand beyond Ukraine. So I think this is a potentially an off-ramp for something that seems to have an endless amount of momentum, which is a way for America to get involved in more wars. I hope that the president can be successful and get Zelensky and Putin to the table, and they can negotiate a peaceful resolution to this unjust war. But the U.S. use of sanctions and the U.S. use of our economic power in some ways is posing a threat to the power and influence of the dollar. Our sanctions haven't been incredibly effective against Russia, and part of it is the Europeans have given cash to Russia's energy economy, even as they've grown, their purchases of American LNG. They are still, in a lot of ways, dependent upon Russia's huge energy economy. Without the energy economy, there really isn't much left of Russia's economy. So what's left for Russia at the end of this? Now, maybe the intent is that this is why Russia will somehow come to the table. But the reality is you really do put the Europeans in a box. Are they going to go with us, or are they going to go with China? Are they going to go with us, or are they going to go with India? Is India going to go with us, or are they going to go with China and Russia? Because they are all using Russian energy. And they've all chosen at some level to trade, even though we've got massive amount of sanctions in place already. So in a lot of ways, this is undermining the dollar, and it is driving interest in alternative payment rails of all kinds. And so I think while the intent is good, I am concerned about the overuse of sanctions and economic warfare, and frankly, in a place where the United States isn't directly obligated to fund or fight this war. Ukraine is not a NATO ally, and in a lot of ways, the U.S. involvement there has contributed to this war and certainly to its lack of resolution. The last administration may have not caused the war, but they certainly didn't do things that would help end it, and they certainly actively intervened when there were early stage negotiations that could have had a peaceful outcome. So whatever the resolution here is, I hope it's an off-ramp from Senator Lindsey Graham's approach, and I hope we very thoughtfully consider this policy, because the U.S. position should be clear, as our president has laid out, our commander-in-chief has laid out. Our interest is peace, that people stop dying. We shouldn't do things that are designed even surreptitiously to escalate or expand the war. And with that word of caution, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Meeks. Ms. Waters. This is on the A&S, not on amendment. Not on the amendment. All right. Seeing no other speakers on the A&S, I'll recognize myself for. Oh, you do? Okay, that's what I'm asking. I'll yield to the distinguished, handsome gentleman from New York, the ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Mr. Meeks, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. I want to speak in support of H.R. 4346, the Peace Act, and I applaud the sponsor and Chairman Hill for bringing this legislation before the Financial Services Committee for markup today. As ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, I can attest that this legislation is necessary. It is imperative that we prohibit, or at the very least, put strict conditions on the use of correspondent accounts or payable through accounts by foreign financial institutions that knowingly provide financial services to Russian persons sanctioned by our government and anyone working in or propping up the Russian energy sector. The Russian economy is worn down, but still runs on energy exports, and these are facilitated by the provisions of financial services to importers and their Russian associates. This legislation presents a choice. You either maintain access to the financial services capital of the world or help prop up the Putin regime. By forcing foreign financial institutions to make this choice, we are taking an important step in choking off the remaining financial resources at the Russian economy's disposal and bringing peace to Ukraine. Now, to me, it's also disappointing that Speaker Johnson and Leader Thune have not brought legislation putting pressure on the Putin regime and supporting Ukraine in the House Foreign Affairs Committee. My Comprehensive Ukraine Support Act bill, H.R. 2913, has yet to be taken up by the Foreign Affairs Committee since its referral in April. That legislation would impose new and stronger sanctions and export controls to shutter the Russian war machine, would provide security assistance through lend-lease capabilities and direct loans for military financing to Ukraine and our allied partners, and would codify support for Ukraine and our NATO allies through various measures. So, for this reason, I've started a motion to discharge, to get my legislation a vote on the floor, because I feel if it went to the floor, I am confident it would pass overwhelmingly in a bipartisan manner. The bill is made up of provisions that members of both parties have supported for years. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back, who seeks recognition on Mr. Nunn's underlying ANS. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank the gentleman from Iowa for authoring this critical legislation, as well as his co-sponsor, Mr. Gottheimer. For years, many of us have warned of Putin's design to reassemble the USSR, as evidenced by his attack against Georgia in 2008, his persistent peacekeeping in Moldova, and since 2014, his political and military attacks on Ukraine. I joined in objection to the appeasement by the Obama administration and the European Union over the Donbass and the Crimea. I worked and applauded the first-term Trump administration's decision to send defensive arms to Ukraine, and I authored the Ukraine Reconstruction Act, amending the now enacted REPO Act to allow for the seizure of Moscow's frozen assets. Today, we have an opportunity to go further. Just last week, the president reiterated his frustration with Putin, who has shown no indication that he's willing to change course. As a result, the president announced a new partnership with our NATO allies to send Ukrainians defensive weaponry. The sanctions in the Peace Act send a clear message. If foreign banks want to maintain access to the U.S. financial system, they must cut ties to Russian bad actors. Mr. Nunn has taken a strategic approach by targeting financial sanctions through financial institutions' links to Russian energy companies, the primary source of revenue for Moscow's war machine. In 2024, for instance, Russian tax proceeds from oil and gas surged to more 11 trillion rubles, or around $140 billion, more than Russia's entire defense budget. This year, the ruble has been the best performing currency in the world. We cannot solve this problem through additional Biden G7 baby steps. According to the Center for Research on Energy and Clean Air, even full enforcement of the Biden G7 price cap for Russian oil would only have reduced last month's export revenues by only 5%. Even lowering the cap from $60 to $45 a barrel would have only cut revenues by 28%. While I was pleased to see the EU adopt a lower cap last week, it will clearly not be enough to bring Tsar Putin to the negotiating table, just as many of us predicted to former Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen in regard to the price cap scheme. Mr. Nunn's measure is the kind of pressure Moscow won't ignore. Mr. Nunn's ANS also takes the critical step of transferring around $5 billion of frozen Russian sovereign assets to the Ukraine Support Fund, an account that Congress set up last year under the Bipartisan Repo Act. Under Mr. Nunn's bill, not only could these funds help rebuild Ukraine, they can be used to purchase the kinds of weapons the president recently committed, all at zero cost to the U.S. taxpayers. If America steps up, our G7 allies can follow suit. G7 members hold around $300 billion in frozen assets, and their use for Ukraine's direct defense would be a game changer. At this point, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter in the record a Financial Times op-ed I wrote earlier in the month, calling on Europe to put frozen Russian assets to work in order to end the war without objection. The urgency to take these measures cannot be overstated. According to the UN, over 13,000 Ukrainian civilians have been killed since Russia's invasion, including 716 children and over 34,000 wounded. And with the surge in drone and missile attacks, the toll is only worsening. June saw the highest monthly number of civilian casualties in 3 years. This is on top of the 14,000 killed. Behind me, you see a father and his daughter, Nicole, killed by a drone attack just a few weeks ago. Their house blown apart by a 110-pound bomb, and the mom was severely injured and is in recovery. This brutality is precisely what motivated the president to call Putin's bluff last week. Today, our committee is calling his bluff as well. The president understands that Moscow must pay a price for the choices if we want it to change course. Mr. Nunn's legislation raises that price significantly. I want to thank the gentleman from Iowa and New Jersey for their collaboration, their leadership, and I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I yield back. Does anyone seek recognition on the ANS? Mr. Lee. So on the underlying bill, is anyone? Hearing none, we'll move to amendments. Who has an amendment? Mr. Waters, ranking member.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause while the amendment's attached, and Mr. Lucas, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve point of order.
I thought you did. Mr. Lucas reserves a point of order. We'll pause for Ms. Waters' amendment to be distributed.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick. Yeah, it's Fitzpatrick. Which is
Remember when Trump was in love with Putin? Remember when he met with him secretly? And didn't Marjorie Taylor Greene say something about supporting and liking Putin at one point?
I don't know if she said that or if she said something about how we shouldn't be giving money to Ukraine. She still says that. Yeah.
Well, this was before Ukraine.
Matt Gaetz was very close to Russia. I have a whole theory about that.
Still. All right, Mr. Clerk, you report the amendment.
I have an amendment at the desk.
No, we're doing
Ready?
it. That's what we're doing, yeah. Go ahead.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4346, offered by Ms. Waters of California, designated as H.R. 434601.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Waters, is now recognized to explain her amendment.
I'm offering an amendment that imposes the types of sanctions needed to make a strong, unequivocal statement to Vladimir Putin that the United States will not bow to his murderous, illegal, and duplicitous actions toward Ukraine, its people, and its allies. My amendment adds the text of Representative Fitzpatrick's Sanctioning Russia Act to this bill in its entirety. That bill leverages a number of economic tools, including sanctions on energy, to make it more difficult for Russia to export hydrocarbons and thus deprive the Kremlin of the revenues it needs to fund the war. After Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine in 2022, the U.S. and its partners sharply ramped up already significant sanctions against Russian individuals and entities. Over 3 years, the Biden administration worked in a coordinated manner with the United Kingdom, the European Union, and others to respond to Russia's attack. In its last month in office, the Biden administration imposed over 500 sanctions designations against Russia's core financial infrastructure, as well as people and entities in other countries that helped supply Russia with critical technology and equipment and to evade sanctions. In contrast, President Trump spent the last 6 months fawning over Vladimir Putin. Not only have there been a few actions related to Russia, but at the direction of President Trump, the Treasury Department has actually removed sanctions prohibitions on Russia's, that is, Rosatom nuclear power company. Also on April 1st, 25, President Trump's so-called Liberation Day, where he imposed retaliatory tariffs on over 100 nations, Trump conveniently left out Russia. He's disbanded the task force Klepto Capture, an interagency law enforcement task force designed to enforce sanctions, export restrictions, and economic countermeasures, and he's gutted the Corporate Transparency Act, an essential national security tool for detecting Russian dirty money. Finally, we know that Russia has used crypto exchanges and alternative payment platforms to evade sanctions and launder funds. So while I appreciate Representative Nunn's bill that seeks to impose new sanctions related to Russia's energy and sanction Russian actors, we should go much further, much further. Donald Trump has very outwardly demonstrated that he is more concerned with Russia's interests than America's national security or the security of allies like the United Kingdom, Europe, especially the Baltic states, and of course, Ukraine. And so, members, you know, it is so interesting that Trump was in love with Putin for so long. As a matter of fact, it was suspected that Trump was a Russian asset, the way he embraced him and met with him secretly. What took him so long? What made him believe that Putin was going to keep his word on anything? And now, I'm sure he's embarrassed because Putin could give less than a peace agreement, and he's going to continue to bomb. This man is interested in reuniting the United, Kingdom that he has? And so I believe that we should be stronger, we should be tougher. And so while I'll appreciate Mr. Nunn, Representative Fitzpatrick's Sanctioning Russia Act is what we need to pass. And so what can we do to amend the Nunn bill and include Fitzpatrick's Sanctioning Russia Act to the bill? I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks, does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
I seek to withdraw my point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman, Mr. Lucas withdraws his point of order. Is there further debate on Ms. Waters' amendment? The sponsor of the underlying bill, Mr. Nunn, you're recognized to strike the last word.
I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank Ranking Member Waters on this. I think that we are in complete agreement here in recognizing the threat that Putin poses to the rest of the world, the threat that has perpetuated across multiple presidencies, but also the response that we have in this situation, at this time, at this moment, to hold it accountable. You know, in looking at your amendment, I recognize the good work that you have put forward, as well as the similar nature that it possesses with the Graham bill. My immediate concern is that if we were to include the Graham language, your language being a carbon copy of it in this bill, we would expand the jurisdiction of committees here. We're talking Ways and Means. We're talking Foreign Affairs. We're talking multiple other committees that now also have to see this. And I think that we would agree our opportunity to strike exists right now in this committee. And so I would ask for your partnership in not only the dialogue to make sure that we move those other aspects of the bill forward, but that we remain singularly focused. As a military member on the battlefield, taking a tactical action was what was necessary to be able to move the objective forward. We in this committee have an area of responsibility where we can move tactical, meaningful items forward. And so I would ask that as we look at a larger strategy, as you've highlighted, we not forget our tactical responsibility here in House Financial Services to be able to move our portion of this bill forward, the Peace Act forward now in this committee of jurisdiction, and allow both the House, the Senate, and the President to take action to hold Putin and his war machine accountable today. Ranking Member Waters, I appreciate you and I are on the same page here, along with Chairman Hill, and I would ask that we
Will the gentleman yield?
vote this amendment down.
Will
I
the
would
gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
I appreciate the bill that you have before us, but I also sincerely believe that it is time to get tough on Russia and Vladimir Putin. Putin is interested in the United Kingdom again, and whatever it's called, and he's not our friend. And so I believe that we should be a lot tougher. And I would plead with you to get unanimous consent to take your bill and to keep in it whatever you want to keep in it and add the rest from Kilpatrick, and still it's a non-bill, but it will be a much stronger bill. It will be a real bill. And so that would take, of course, a unanimous consent request to our chairman, Mr. Hill. And so I would respectfully ask, given the good work that you have done, given the work that you've put into this, understanding what is needed, that you would consider my request, and I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman, Ranking Member Waters, and appreciate both your intent. You and I are absolutely aligned. Let's hold Putin accountable, and let's do it today. The loss of 14,000 Ukrainians, the death and destruction, as we just saw, to another 35,000, but most importantly, the threat to the West by a belligerent Russia can stop today. And while I join you in a larger sanctions and review package, this is what we can do now. This is what we have the responsibility to do. This is what we have jurisdiction to do. And so I would ask that we have the opportunity to move forward. I would yield the remainder of my time to the chair of the committee, Chairman French Hill.
Well, Mr. Nunn, I want to thank you for your work. I want to say to the ranking member, Mr. Meeks, our distinguished ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I'm a co-sponsor of the Fitzpatrick bill. And I support those sanctions, but I would argue that Mr. Nunn is right, that this bill is targeted not only because it's in the jurisdiction of this committee and doesn't get any other referral, but it's also more enforceable, actually, than the Senator Graham's approach or Fitzpatrick Meeks, because those secondary sanctions on energy, for example, to India and China, will be very hard to enforce, and yet I am a co-sponsor of that bill. This bill, the Nunn bill, is an additional arrow in the quiver for the president to put an additional financial targeted sanction on energy that I believe is more enforceable and more directed, potentially more effective than even the broad set of sanctions that I do support over in the House Foreign Affairs Committee. I want to thank the gentleman for authoring it, and I yield back to him.
With that, I would just say to our partners on both sides of the aisle, our goals are mutually aligned. We have the opportunity to leverage a bullet in the arsenal right now that can take a shot at Putin while we build a larger package with the president. And with that, I would ask that we move the bill forward free of this amendment. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition on the Waters Amendment? If there's no further debate on the amendment, then the question now occurs on the Waters Amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. Independent of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. We'll now move to the next amendment. The gentleman, Mr. Lee, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Lee.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentlewoman has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause for it to be distributed.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, do I want to reserve a point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity here. I think, like everyone, we all saw this come out of the Senate Finance Committee, where Senator Ron Wyden and his team announced that the Treasury Department found there were like thousands of bank wire transfers dealing with the suspicious activity of Jeffrey Epstein's financial network, which detailed thousands again of transactions in the amount of not millions, but $1.5 billion. These transactions include payments to women in Belarus and Russia. Among the largest transactions are two that JP Mortgage Chase reported with Russian banks for as much as $100 million. But get this, and I think the public needs to know this, many of the banks, the three banks, did not even report out on this, which they're required by law within 60 days, until Epstein was arrested. Among the largest, again, transaction, again, was $100 million. Epstein's countless victims, as you all know, deserve a complete and thorough investigation. They deserve justice. The public deserves the full story. They are actually demanding it. The Treasury Department already has the information, Mr. Chair. So my amendment would require that the Secretary of Treasury release a report on Epstein's transactions detailing what information they can shed on his broader network and relationships with various financial institutions. Again, thousands of wire transfers. To this date, we only have a partial picture of Epstein's financial transactions. The confidential nature of suspicious activity reports has limited the ability of Congress and the public to get a full understanding of the extent, again, of the horrific activities of Epstein. In addition, we want a complete picture of the sordid characters and institutions that were involved in the human trafficking. The Treasury Department has thousands, again, of pages of information that we, the public, deserve. And again, Epstein's victims deserve this information, especially because it is a primary factor in pushing forward in this human trafficking scheme. I must note again, and this is something I mentioned at the beginning, Mr. Chair, you know, JP Mortgage Chase, Bank of America, and Bank of New York Mellon only filed their reports after Epstein was arrested in 2019. These reports are supposed to be filed within 60 days. This delay in reporting should be taken up by these committees. These big banks should not be let off the hook in supporting and enabling human trafficking. Some have claimed that this whole thing is fake. Well, then release the documents and transactions and show the public. But the Treasury Department, again, has thousands of pages that I should encourage my colleagues to push for release and let the public decide. My amendment would ensure that the relevant information in these reports are made public again, and so we can have a full picture. And Mr. Chair, I would like to submit for the record the article published last week, where again, the committee found 4 banks waited until Epstein's arrest on federal charges to flag $1.5 billion in suspicious activities. We want the documents made public.
Without objection.
Again, reporting out bank accounts and transactions used by Epstein is the right thing to do. And again, I encourage my colleagues to please support my amendment. With that, I yield back to the chair.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Oklahoma insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I insist on the point of order pursuant to Clause 7, Rule 16 of the Rules of the House of Representatives. The amendment is not germane to the underlying bill, and as it relates to the subject matter, is different than the underlying bill.
The chair is prepared to rule. Pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 16 of the House Rules, the chair finds the amendment is not germane to the underlying bill as it relates to a subject matter that's different than the underlying bill.
Mr. Chair, I would like to appeal that, the ruling of the chair.
The gentlelady has appealed the ruling of the chair.
And I request a record.
Mr. Chairman, I move to table that appeal.
The gentleman from Oklahoma moves to table. The question is now on the motion to table the appeal of the chair's ruling. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the
Request a
motion to
record
table
roll
is
call
agreed
vote,
to.
Mr. Chair?
Gentlewoman?
I would request a record roll call vote.
The gentlewoman has requested the yeas and nays. Committee will pause while we arrange to take that vote. Members, as you know, on a motion of appeal, we vote immediately. So the clerk, if you would, open the vote. And we'll be voting electronically. You should have your device right by your mic at your place. Have all members voted? Mr. Flood? Does anybody wish to change their vote? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 17.
Motion is not agreed to. Motion to table is agreed to. Is there any, we'll move to the next amendment. Mr. Meeks of New York has an amendment at the desk. Let's pause while it's distributed.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Lucas,
when it's appropriate, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
gentleman reserves a point of order. So this is. Clerk will report.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4346, offered by Mr. Meeks of New York, designated as H.R. 4346, Amend 2.
Without objection, the amendment's considered read, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from New York to describe his amendment.
Thank you. This is amendment number 2, right? I'll go back to number 1 after this. Let me just first say that my amendments, what I've done is reworked some of the many sanctions and sections that are in my legislation. I was talking and listening to the colloquy between the chairman and Mr. Dunn. I would say, I look at the Meeks bill. I got motion to discharge on the floor. If you want to have, it's the strongest bill with reference to sanctioning and supporting Ukraine. I urge everybody to support it. But this amendment is straightforward. It directs the Treasury Secretary to forbid all transaction in Russian sovereign debt. While direct purchases have been banned, the secondary market continues to thrive. In other words, Americans and allies are still directly trading on and profiting from the most core financial product issued by the Russian state. We should cut this off, and we should cut it off right now. The regulations set forth by Treasury could allow for certain waivers and exceptions, but we need to take this bold action, serious action, against Putin and punish him for his war that he has started in Ukraine. So it's simple, it's basic, and I urge all of my colleagues to support my amendment. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition on Mr. Meeks' amendment? Mr. Nunn, the author of the underlying bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike last word.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank the ranking member on Foreign Affairs, Mr. Meeks, on this. He has been a longtime champion of holding not only Putin accountable, but standing for U.S. integrity and leadership in the world. Your long, storied history of being a leader in this area is much respected by folks on both sides of the aisle. I do want to highlight that the jurisdiction of this committee and the intent of this bill, the Peace Act, goes directly after Russia's ability to use energy as a sales point to buy the weaponry that is killing tens of thousands of individuals across Europe today. It is leveraging an occupation illegally of 20% of Ukraine, and that by this committee's jurisdiction, we have the opportunity to make a major impact on that. Today, Russia leverages $750 billion in petro sales that are directly financing it. That's something this committee tactically has the ability to stop right now. And so, Mr. Meeks, while I appreciate the intent of your amendment and your partnership in this area, I believe that there is a strategic bill moving forward in the Senate that should be looked at for a comprehensive realm of multi-jurisdictional committee bills that can be moved forward, including in yours in Foreign Affairs. But today I ask that we keep this bill as is so we can move out quickly in stopping Putin's war machine from being able to acquire the funding that it is using to leverage to take the lives of families like this in Ukraine. The death of this little girl, the death of this man, the recovery of this family demands that we take action today, not enter into a congressional process that could take months, if not years. I ask that you join with me in this effort and that we, at this time, reject your amendment and move forward with the Peace Act as is. With that, I yield my time.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Oklahoma withdraw his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I wish to withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. Who seeks recognition? Dr. Foster, recognized to strike the last word.
Move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
We need to continue putting pressure on Russia every way that we can, on its economy and on its war machine. One way to do that is to ensure that Russia cannot use its sovereign debt to fund its war on Ukraine. So I support this amendment and urge my colleagues to vote in favor of its passage and yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois yields back. Who seeks recognition on Mr. Meeks' amendment? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of Mr. Meeks' amendment shall say aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. We will now, Mr. Meeks has requested a roll call vote. All those in favor of roll call vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on this amendment are postponed. We'll now move to the next amendment.
Amendment number 1.
Mr. Meeks has amendment number 1 at the desk. Let's wait till it's distributed.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Sessions.
at the appropriate moment, I'd like to invoke a point of order.
Gentleman from Texas reserves a point of order on Meeks number 1. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4346, offered by Mr. Meeks of New York, designated as H.R. 4346, Amend 1.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to also, again, I don't think I did it on my first, on amendment number 2, but I want to thank Mr. Nunn for his bill moving forward. And I just wanted him to know that I had my Foreign Affairs Parliamentarian Council consultant to review the amendments that I was going to utilize here, because I agree with him. I wanted the amendments to be specifically in reference to what was in financial services jurisdiction and not the foreign affairs jurisdiction. So I tried to make sure that I only talked about financial affairs type amendments like this one, which pertains to the international financial communication systems, the SWIFT financial communications network, which this bill and this amendment is talking about it, because I believe it is critical for the modern financial system. While SWIFT, what they've done, they've cut off Russian banks, but they could be more aggressive at doing it. I just think that we've got to be tight, and everybody that can do in the financial services industry, all the financial institutions like SWIFT, they could be much more aggressive than what they have been. And I think that's the only way that we are really going to get Putin's attention and help protect and fight back with the Ukrainians to make sure that they are not continuing to be assaulted day in and day out by drones and other mechanisms. So I think that this amendment, with your legislation, would force their hand on that front, and that's why I put this in. I think I have also included in mine because it is more comprehensive, as you said, but I tried to limit this so that I could put this into this to even make this a little stronger on financial services terms. So with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Texas insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to remove my point of order.
I thank the gentleman from Texas. He removes his point of order. Who seeks recognition on the Meeks amendment? Mr. Nunn, the author of the underlying bill, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank my colleague across the aisle. Mr. Meeks, again, you continue to be a leader on this. I think that we all recognize that we want to look at every possible tool in America's great arsenal to be able to hold the Putin regime accountable. Your amendment on SWIFT is absolutely one of those tools that can go after it. I do think that there's probably dual jurisdiction here, both between foreign affairs and financial services. But this much I know to be true. We have an ability with this Peace Act right now, as is, to move out swiftly, effectively, and possibly in the most impactful way to stop Putin's war machine. We have the ability to starve off Russia from $750 billion with this Peace Act alone that stops the type of weaponry that took the life earlier this month of this young student in Ukraine, just as she went about studying, but was killed by a Russian drone. We have the ability with this Peace Act today to stop the loss of life of these Ukrainians who went to bed that night hoping for a better peace for their country, and yet woke up to find their family members dead in the apartment next to them. And we have the opportunity today to stop Russia's war machine funded by petrochemicals sold and financed, oftentimes through the United States, in the Peace Act today that stops the wanton destruction of more than 20% of Ukraine's critical infrastructure in a place where people not only call home, but where the rest of Europe is watching a Putin who is unrestricted in his warfare and a president here in the United States who wants to take tangible action to end this violence. And so, Mr. Meeks, today, I know your intent as well. I ask that you join with me in taking action today so that family after family, not just in Ukraine, but around the world, knows that the United States doesn't leave for an August recess with the hope of a future committee hearing, but knows that they passed legislation that will actually help save lives, hold Putin accountable, and give the president the instruments he needs to be able to help safeguard peace through strength. With that, Mr. Chair, I would yield back the remainder of my time and ask for a no vote.
The gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Dr. Foster, gentleman from Illinois, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you. I thank Mr. Meeks for offering this amendment. Financial messaging services are an essential tool for cross-border transactions. The Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, or SWIFT, is the primary way that banks, including and especially those in the United States, help their clients send and access money around the world. And that is why the U.S. and its allies have banned transaction by Russian banks through the SWIFT service, cutting off this essential financial access. It's also why the Treasury Department issued a significant alert to banks in late 2024, warning that Russia was trying to use an alternative to SWIFT to circumvent these international sanctions. This bill would prohibit U.S. persons from using any messaging service that is not complying with sanctions or which is continuing to engage with sanctioned persons. This is a sensible next step that will put further pressure on the Russian government, the economy, and ultimately on its war machine. I support this amendment and urge my colleagues to vote in favor of its passage. Thank you, and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition on the Meeks Amendment? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the Meeks Amendment. Number one, all those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. Opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. The gentleman has requested a roll call vote. Mr. Meeks of New York. All those in favor of roll call vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3, the committee rules further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. We'll now move to consider our next amendment.
I have another amendment number 3 at the desk.
Mr. Meeks has Amendment 3 at the desk. We'll postpone while it is distributed.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Texas.
the appropriate point, I'd like to raise a point of order against this.
The gentleman from Texas reserves a point of order against Meeks number 3. Clerk will report Meeks number 3.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4346, offered by Mr. Meeks of New York, designated as H.R. 4346, Amend 3.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read. The gentleman from New York is now recognized to explain his amendment. Mr. Meeks.
Let me try the third time. This one is real simple. I tried to make this one very simple. Let's have a determination on whether Rosatom is an energy company for the purposes of this bill. It shouldn't even be a question because Rosatom literally is by some measures the largest nuclear energy company in the world. And unfortunately, it is also deeply involved in Russian state affairs and has played a potentially catastrophic role in causing the instability of Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant in Ukraine. So, Rosatom must be and should be held accountable, in my viewpoint. So that's what this amendment does, and hopefully it can fit in so that we're clear on where we are with reference to that. And with that, I ask for your support, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York yields back. Does the gentleman from Texas
Chairman.
insist on his point of order?
Mr.
Gentleman?
Chairman, I'd like to remove my point of order against the
Gentleman from
gentleman.
Texas removes his point of order. Further debate on the Meeks number 3 amendment. The gentleman from Iowa, author of the underlying bill, Mr. Nunn.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Meeks. As always, I think together we are unified in our ability to call out Russia's bad actors, particularly when it comes to their weaponization of energy as a means to derive income that then funds a war machine. The petrochemicals that we are going after in the Peace Act result in roughly the overwhelming majority of Russia's income that they use for weapons. As we noted, nearly $750 billion in the last year alone. While I fully agree, Mr. Chair, in Mr. Meeks' intent to hold Russia accountable, particularly for their nuclear energy exports, the challenge of the gentleman's amendment risks that we cut off Rosatom's transaction to third countries. This is sometimes known as the unintended consequence of a sanctions regime, and Russia, as was noted, ends up being one of the largest nuclear energy exporters around the world, including 20 reactors that are directly dependent on this. If we were to stop this immediately, we would immediately put 20 reactors at risk of potentially becoming not only unserviceable, unupdatable in their software, but also at a real risk, as was noted in Ukraine earlier this year, of having a large and catastrophic impact on the civilian populations in those immediate areas. And so I would ask Mr. Meeks to withdraw this amendment in the intent that we go after that area in which Russia is strongest. It's petrochemical funding. We know from this again that those petrochemicals turned into drone strikes that destroyed this apartment block in downtown Kyiv. That those petrochemical sales led directly to the weapons and missile systems that were used to wreak havoc on civilian populations across Ukraine. And that Russia's continued threat through the purchasing of large weapon systems from its chemical weapons are a threat not just to those in Ukraine, but to those across Europe, to those across the Western world. And the sale of those weapon systems end up being a threat to my fellow military members in uniform currently serving in the front line across the Middle East and around the world. I think with this bill, we can move aggressively today to be able to hold Putin accountable. Something I know Mr. Meeks agrees with. Holding Russia accountable today is the best way to help stop the loss of life, to empower the president with the negotiating skills to truly hold Putin accountable where it matters most to him, and ultimately to help save lives and restore peace through strength under American leadership. We can do that now without risking the United States, our allies, or the other 20 reactors that Russia has a direct tether to. I would ask committee members on both sides to oppose this amendment at this time. With that, I yield my time.
Mr. Nunn yields back. Who seeks recognition on Meeks number 3? Dr. Foster, gentleman from Illinois, you're recognized to strike the last word.
I want to again thank Mr. Meeks for offering this amendment. This amendment adds Rosatom, the Russian nuclear power company, to the sanctions list in the bill. On February 24, 2022, Rosatom employees gained unauthorized access to Ukraine's Chernobyl nuclear power plant. They had access to the plant, threatened Ukrainian personnel, and demanded the plant's manuals, procedures, and other documentation. This is completely unacceptable, and Rosatom must be added to the list of companies sanctioned on the list. So I urge members to support this amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. The gentleman from New York requests a roll call vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. We'll now move to the next amendment on Mr. Nunn's underlying A&S. Gentleman from Illinois.
Yeah, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk, the Dr. Foster of Illinois, has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause while it's distributed.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Texas.
I'd ask for a reserved point of order on this matter.
Gentleman from Texas reserves a point of order on Foster.
Thank you.
The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4346, offered by Mr. Foster of Illinois, designated as Foster 045.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Dr. Foster, is now recognized for 5 minutes to describe his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this underlying legislation to strengthen our ability to sanction foreign actors that help facilitate Russia's aggression against Ukraine. But I also believe that we need to recognize that the current administration has proven that it lacks either the commitment or the competence to defend freedom and the rule of international law, which will be needed to secure a lasting peace in Ukraine. During his first term, President Trump was impeached for withholding anti-tank weapons from Ukraine in exchange for political favors to benefit his reelection campaign. During the first 6 months of his second term, he has placed only limited sanctions on Russia for reasons that he has not explained. In fact, President Trump has placed tariffs on more than 100 countries, but not on Russia. Trump has also disbanded the Klepto-Capture Task Force, which was designed to enforce these sanctions and the export restrictions and the economic countermeasures that the United States has imposed on Russia and on oligarchs like Putin. Further, the administration has moved to gut the Corporate Transparency Act, a crucial means of identifying the true ownership behind shell corporations used for sanctions evasion and illicit finance that are crucial for the Russian war effort against Ukraine. In truth, Trump's dear friend Vladimir Putin has played him again and again and again, until that embarrassing truth is obvious to the whole world and perhaps at long last obvious even to Trump himself. This bill requires the president to seize Russian assets and hold them for the benefit of Ukraine, which is in line with the Bipartisan Repo Act. That's very good. This legislation, however, also includes authority for the president to waive this requirement by simply reporting to Congress that Russia is taking quote-unquote meaningful steps to cease its attacks on the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. So I do not believe that this administration has proven its ability to negotiate successfully with Putin, nor have they proven their willingness to support the crucial element of these negotiations, which is the restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity as it was prior to the illegal 2014 annexation of Crimea. So this amendment requires the president to certify not only that Russia is taking meaningful steps to respect Ukraine, but also that Putin has agreed to restore the full territory of Ukraine as required under international law. We should all recall that at the end of the Cold War, Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons, the third largest inventory of ICBMs and atomic bombs in the world, in exchange for a guarantee of its territorial integrity, which they did under the terms of the Budapest Memorandum in 1994, signed by the United States, by Russia, by the UK and European nations. This administration's unwillingness to provide assistance to Ukraine and the president's affinity for authoritarian leaders sends a message to our allies that we cannot keep our commitments. And also, it shows that we refuse to take strong positions in support of nuclear non-proliferation. States like North Korea have cheated and gone nuclear, and unfortunately have been well insulated from military retaliation. States like Libya that have given up their nuclear programs have not. And Ukraine, which voluntarily gave up its nuclear weapons, risked being thrown under the bus by this administration. What message does that send to threshold nuclear powers like, for example, Iran? So taken together, these actions really promote nuclear proliferation and threaten our national security. So this amendment
also raises the bar for an exemption from merely serving the national interest, in the President's opinion, to preserving the national security of the United States. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I remit my point of order.
Gentleman from Texas withdraws his point of order. Is there now debate on Dr. Foster's amendment? And I look to the gentleman from Iowa. You're recognized to strike the last word.
I move to strike last word. Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that, I appreciate Dr. Foster and my friend from Illinois' position, but I oppose this amendment. This is an amendment that may have been helpful in 2014 when Russia first crossed the threshold, and at that time, President Obama did very little to repulse. It may have been an amendment at a point where there was a turnback for Russia. But as we saw with President Biden in the last 4 years, the delay in sales of surface-to-air missiles, of F-16s, the training, the list goes on and on. The reestablishment of the integrity of Ukraine is now something fully on the shoulders of the Ukrainian people. What we do agree with, whether we are Democrat or Republican, is that Russia is the aggressor here. And we have the ability to start holding Russia accountable, and we have the ability to do that today with this bill. My concern specifically on this amendment, it allows for the sunset of secondary sanctions against Russia only after everything has ceased and the destabilizing effects within Ukraine can be determined. Tragically, we have seen since 2014, that looks to continue to be an elusive target. This standard language that has been used in previous legislation represents a targeted objective that is achievable in the near term. I'm concerned the gentleman's amendment raises a sunset criteria above this in a manner that could even prolong war after Russia and Ukraine have suspended their violence. So, Dr. Foster, let me be clear. I do very much agree with your support for Ukrainian sovereignty. I believe the objective of this bill is to prevent Ukraine from having the additional casualties that have been reflected over the course of the last several years, going back to 2014. With that, I'm looking for a tangible option for us to hold Russia accountable, to stop Russia today, and to give President Trump, a man who has been known to be able to execute on enforcement of sanctions, and the ability to bring players to the table, and an ability to hold bad actors accountable, the tools he needs right now. The Ukrainian people are asking for this. The world is asking for this. Let's stop the violence, and that begins with stopping Putin now. With that, I would oppose the amendment, and I would yield my time.
Gentleman yields back, who seeks recognition to talk about Dr. Foster's amendment. Seeing no other, I will recognize myself for 5 minutes to strike the last word. I want to add some final comments on the good work of Mr. Nunn and Mr. Gottheimer in their bill they have before us today. Ultimately, we want President Trump to have every arrow in his quiver in order to convince Tsar Putin that his aims for Ukraine will be frustrated. Let's be clear on what the Kremlin's current goals are, publicly stated, that Ukraine recognize all Russian territorial gains, that Ukraine shrink its military, that Ukraine designate Russian as the official language of Ukraine, and that Ukraine commit itself to neutrality. As we discussed today, Senators Graham and Blumenthal have introduced a major sanctions bill in the Senate. That bill is also sponsored here in the House by Congressman Fitzpatrick, along with Quigley, Wilson, Capter, and Mr. Meeks, as you have learned today. I've co-sponsored that bill as well, because I want to send a clear message of disgust with the past European and U.S. government appeasement during the Biden administration that has led this war to its long, protracted stage. But I believe the Nunn approach is more targeted at the heart of the Russian economy and therefore is more enforceable. Putin is now spending 6.3% of Russian gross domestic product, or about $173 billion on his military. Russia's budget deficit has now reached $47 billion for the first 6 months of this year. And due to lower oil prices, tax revenues have dropped 16%, according to the Russian Ministry of Finance. With over 1 million Russians killed or wounded and their economy struggling, it's now time to have a full court, coordinated press against the fuel for the Russian war machine, which is its oil and gas revenue. That's at the heart of the Nunn Gottheimer bill. Since the full-scale invasion, the majority of Russia's banking system by assets has been blacklisted, but for too long, bank licenses for energy trade have existed, and what an obscene loophole that has become. This was due to the European and Biden appeasement led by Germany and the Biden White House on not wanting to rock the boat on energy prices for their domestic political considerations. While the energy license has finally been rescinded by the United States, Europe is still letting Russian oil flow under its price cap scheme, even as Russia makes a mockery of enforcement with its shadow fleet. Mr. Nunn's bill says enough is enough by going after the payments for these exports. In addition, Mr. Nunn's carefully crafted approach, President Trump should also exercise the authority Congress gave him in 2024 by way of the Rebuilding Economic Prosperity and Opportunity for Ukrainians Act, the REPO Act. We should communicate to Putin that we are dead serious by converting frozen Russian assets held in U.S. institutions and placing them into the independent trust fund authorized by the REPO Act. Tsar Putin's heredity is a direct descendant of Joseph Stalin and his stark, brutal objective, the straightforward extermination of Ukraine, its culture, and its people. Stalin almost succeeded by taking over the nation and killing and starving an estimated 4 million Ukrainians in the 1930s. The destruction of Ukraine and placing all of its exceptional manufacturing and agricultural capabilities in the hands of the Russians is not in the national security interests of the United States, nor is Putin's control of the Black Sea trade routes in the economic or national security interests of the United States. Putin's victory in Ukraine only greenlights more death and destruction by Putin, China's Xi, and their orbit of co-conspirators. Today, let's support Nunn. Let's reject this amendment, support the underlying bill of Mr. Nunn's, and reject the Munich mentality and find a solution that supports the sovereign integrity of Ukraine, the independence of the Black Sea, and terminates our adversaries' attempts at territorial control over their neighbors, whether in Europe or East Asia. I thank my colleagues for their leadership, and I yield back. Is there further debate or amendment? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the Foster amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. The gentleman from Illinois requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3, the committee rules further proceeding on the amendment are postponed. We'll now turn to the next amendment on this bill. Seeing no further amendments to Mr. Nunn's A&S, without objection, the previous question on the substitute is ordered and recorded votes on the pending amendments have been postponed. Once those votes are taken, the committee will immediately vote on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and then we'll consider the question to report the measure. We will now move to the next bill. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 4437, the supervisory modifications for appropriate risk-taking, the SMART Act of 2025, introduced by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 4437, to reduce the regulatory burden on certain well-managed and well-capitalized financial institutions and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from South Carolina, you're recognized for 5 minutes to discuss your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, this committee will mark up my bill, H.R. 4437, the Supervisory Modifications for Appropriate Risk-Based Testing Act, much more easily known as the SMART Act. I'm proud to partner with Rep. Foster on this bipartisan legislation to provide targeted, risk-based regulatory relief for well-managed, well-capitalized financial institutions with assets under $6 billion. This legislation was inspired by a principle familiar in other regulated industries, including the restaurant sector, where strong performance and a proven track record earn a more streamlined oversight process. The SMART Act applies that same principle to financial supervision, rewarding institutions that do things the right way while ensuring strong consumer protections remain firmly in place. H.R. 4437 modernizes the examination process. Under this bill, qualifying institutions would undergo full-scope, on-site exams only every other cycle, alternating with limited scope reviews focused on key risk areas. In addition, institutions could request that certain exams, including safety and soundness, consumer compliance, and cybersecurity, be conducted concurrently. This reduces the disruption and administrative burden of multiple overlapping visits. This is a practical, risk-based approach that increases regulatory efficiency, allowing strong institutions to devote more time and resources to their customers and communities. At the same time, it maintains robust oversight where needed. Regulators would retain full authority to conduct additional reviews at any time, and exceptions would apply for institutions with recent enforcement actions or major changes in control. To ensure thoughtful and timely implementation, the bill directs regulators to issue rules within 12 months, striking the right balance between exam relief and supervisory responsibility. The SMART Act recognizes that not all institutions present the same level of risk, and our regulatory framework should reflect that. Institutions with a proven record of sound management should not be burdened by duplicative or unnecessarily costly examinations. Mr. Chairman, smaller financial institutions are the backbone of local economies, financing small businesses, first homes, and community development. This bill gives them more capacity to do what they do best: support growth, innovation, and access to opportunity in communities across the country. I urge my colleagues to support this common-sense bill that promotes accountability, efficiency, and smarter regulation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition on Mr. Timmons' bill? Chair recognizes the ranking member of the full committee to speak on the Timmons bill. You're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank Rep. Timmons and our financial institutions, Subcommittee Ranking Member Rep. Foster, for crafting this bipartisan bill to support our community banks and credit unions through flexibility on their exams. I've heard many community banks and credit unions raise concerns about their exams and ask how they might be streamlined. For example, some stakeholders have asked for various exams to be combined into one to reduce the amount of time the institution is being responsive to examiners. This bill begins to address those concerns. The bill also provides these institutions with alternating full scope and limited scope exams. In order to qualify for this relief, community banks and credit unions must be well capitalized and well managed, including not being subject to an enforcement order. This gives a strong incentive for these lenders to run their businesses well and follow the law. The bill also has a rule of construction, giving regulators discretion to do additional exams if something unexpected comes up, to promote safety and soundness and ensure these institutions are complying with our laws. Moreover, I appreciate that unlike some other bills Republicans have tried to advance, which are just handouts to much larger banks, this bill focuses on truly small and community banks, as well as credit unions with less than $6 billion in assets. Now, I think there is much more we can do to improve banks. If my amendment is agreed to, then I would recommend members vote yes on the underlying bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition on Mr. Timmons' bill? Gentleman from Illinois.
Yes, strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am a co-sponsor of this bill, and I'd like to express my support. The Bipartisan Supervisory Modifications for Appropriate Risk-Taking and Testing Act, or SMART Act, provides a thoughtful examination relief to qualifying community banks and credit unions with appropriate safeguards. Specifically, the SMART Act allows community banks and credit unions with fewer than $6 billion in assets under management to qualify for alternating full and limited scope examinations, provided that their prudential regulator gave them a strong review at their last full-scope examination, and that they are not subject to enforcement action, and they have not recently merged. If they meet these criteria, qualifying community banks and credit unions may also request that regulators combine certain types of exams, including safety and soundness exams, consumer compliance exams, and cybersecurity and IT exams at the same time. Many employees of the smallest firms wear multiple hats and have daily duties outside the examination process, so this provision will allow firms with a strong track record to better coordinate with regulators and spend more time working with the communities they serve. It will also provide regulatory staff with greater flexibility to focus their limited resources on poorly rated institutions that need greater oversight. I understand that not all small banks and credit unions may want to combine examinations, be it due to space limitations or overlap with relevant staff. So this bill makes the combination of exams optional for financial institutions. This bill includes important safeguards to accompany this added flexibility. As I mentioned, the relief provided by this bill will only be available to well-managed and well-capitalized community banks with fewer than $6 billion in assets that are in good standing with the relevant regulatory agency. Regulators will establish policies for reviewing firms that have material changes in their financial condition or operational risk profile, and those who fail to comply with the law in between schedule examinations. The bill appropriately preserves regulators' authority to conduct full-scope examinations or other supervisory activities they deem necessary if there is a threat to the safety and soundness of a covered firm or if that firm is violating the law. I appreciate my Republican colleagues' willingness to engage with my team on this legislation. I thank Mr. Timmons for his partnership on this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Does anybody else wish to be recognized on the underlying bill? Hearing none, we'll move to amendments. The gentlewoman from California.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Let's pause for it to be passed out. And does the gentleman from South Carolina reserve a point of order? Gentleman from South Carolina reserves a point of order on the Waters Amendment, and we will, we will wait for it to be distributed.
Thank you.
Clerk will report.
Amendment to H.R. 4437, offered by Ms. Waters of California, designated as Waters 078.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentlewoman from California is now recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would address a number of concerns that I've heard from community banks and credit unions who have complained about their exams. For example, some institutions have noted they were examined by individuals that clearly lacked experience in conducting exams. They have also been concerned about how much time was spent with on-site exams, along with how many examiners show up at their teeny institutions. So my amendment would require regulators to make every effort to have on-site exams of small banks and credit unions with less than $6 billion in assets to be led by an examiner with significant experience as an examiner. Regulators would have to minimize the number of examiners utilized and spend time at the institution to carry out an on-site exam. My amendment would also require regulators to schedule these exams at a convenient time for the institution and provide advance notice to the institution about the issues expected to be covered in the exam. Regulators would also have to provide Congress with an annual update with stats about these changes so that we can understand how it is being implemented. I want to thank Chairman Hill and his staff for working with mine on this amendment. If members want to do something meaningful to help our community banks and credit unions, then vote yes on this amendment. And let me just say to the members, I think that we can credibly say that both sides of the aisle are very interested in seeing what we could do to give more support to community banks and to listen carefully to them so that we could eliminate impediments to what they have to do to be an accomplished bank. And so I believe that the bill and my amendments really does go in that direction. You know, it is not that we're making up concerns, but it's because we're talking with the leaders of these community banks and credit unions, and they have given me examples of basically inexperienced examiners maybe coming on their first exam to their bank. They've given me examples how they believe that the bank is interfered with at the time that they're trying desperately to do business in the community with too many examiners, taking up too much time in a small bank where they have relative small number of employees. We have to be cognizant and realize that they can't be overtaken or overrun by a bunch of examiners coming in at any given time without notice, et cetera, et cetera. So I would ask for, and I vote, support for my amendment because I think it is what each side of the aisle have been trying to work out and figure out how we could be of more support. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
I do not.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the Waters Amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I love this amendment. I think that the ranking member has done good work here. I support this amendment. I think it strengthens the underlying bill by requiring federal banking regulators to do three things. Number one, minimize the number of examiners in a supervisory examination and the amount of time spent carrying out the exam. Schedule the exam at a time that is convenient for the institution. And three, give them notice, advance notice of the issues expected to be covered in the exam. All of these are great changes made to the underlying bill, and I appreciate it. It also requires regulators to include aggregated data about their examination practices of smaller banks and credit unions in their annual report to Congress, and I want to thank the ranking member for her engagement and support of the underlying legislation. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Foster, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, the Ranking Member Waters, for offering this amendment. This amendment adds additional clarity and oversight mechanisms and that support the goals of the underlying bill. This amendment ensures that examiners carrying out examinations under the SMART Act have the experience to do them thoroughly and efficiently. It also requires regulatory agencies, to the extent practicable, to make a concerted effort to minimize the number of examiners required and the amount of time spent at each financial institution while considering any scheduling conflicts of the firm when scheduling examinations. Regulators will also be required to give community banks and credit unions advance notice of the issues to be examined, as much as practicable, to help facilitate a more efficient and useful examination. This amendment includes important data collection and reporting requirements for regulators that I believe will give Congress and the public greater insight into the examination process and how regulators are complying with the provisions of the underlying bill. These are thoughtful additions to the bill, and I support the amendment. I encourage my colleagues to do the same and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition on the Waters Amendment? Seeing no other points for debate, I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank my good friends on this committee, Mr. Timmons and Dr. Foster, for introducing this critical piece of legislation to alleviate the regulatory burden faced particularly by smaller community banks and credit unions. The SMART Act fully reflects my principles to make community banking great again by building a tailored supervisory relief for small institutions that are both well capitalized and well managed. And from 1993 to 2014, when I chose to run for Congress, that was where I spent most of my life, in both public companies and private companies and banks of this size. And everything, Mrs. Waters, you outlined in your amendment is absolutely based on fact. I'm glad your listening skills are so good as it comes to talking to the CEOs, the board members, the investors in our smaller community institutions, and you share that with Mr. Timmons and Dr. Foster. I really think the SMART Act recognizes that not all financial institutions pose the same level of risk, and that our regulatory approach should reflect that reality. And that's practically what Mr. Timmons has at the heart of his bill, that targeted supervisory relief for well-managed, well-capitalized institutions under $6 billion is something that both sides of the aisle can agree on, and that in fact it will make our community banking institutions stronger, better, more streamlined, and let our employees in these small institutions focus on customer service and not being tied up in weeks and weeks and weeks of uncoordinated exams with an extensive cycle that maybe is not merited due to their well-run status. So I thank the ranking member. I urge our colleagues to adopt her amendment. I thank Mr. Timmons and Dr. Foster for their collaboration on this good bill, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further debate on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the question now occurs on the Waters amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. We'll now move to the next amendment. Is there another amendment to the Timmons bill? Not seeing any further discussion or amendments to the Timmons underlying bill, the question now occurs on ordering the bill to be reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman from South Carolina.
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Gentleman has requested a recorded vote. Recorded votes requested. All those in favor, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, a vote on the question is postponed. Pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess. Subject to the call of the chair, we will reconvene at 3:45 in 15 minutes. We'll reconvene at 3:45. Committee stands in recess. I would remind you, when you vote, you point at our clerk's desk. Show them the receiving device. That is what you're pointing your clicker at, not the screens, not the screens. And Mr. Vargas, you still are in a position to win the race on your name, seeing your name. But we're going to begin because we want to get this done before votes. And if you'll look at the side screens will be where the tally proposes. So the committee will reconvene. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, we'll now take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 4429 as amended, favorably reported. Members will vote electronically. The clerk will open the vote. Right at the gentleman, right.
That's for that one.
No, you point at the,
It's for both sides.
or would like to change their vote. The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 50 and the nays are 2.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 4429 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We will now turn and take the votes pending on ordering H.R. 4431 as amended, favorably reported. Members will vote electronically. Clerk will open the vote.
Am I up?
Yeah, you're up. Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who'd like to change their vote? The clerk will close and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 50 and the nays are 2.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 4431 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We'll now turn and take our vote pending on ordering H.R. 3673 as amended, favorably reported. Members will vote electronically. Clerk will open the vote.
Not yet.
I got it?
You have not.
No, aim it a little lower right now. You got it. Is there any member who has not voted or would like to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 51 and the nays are 2.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 3673 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We'll now turn and take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 4430 as amended, favorably reported. Members will vote electronically. The clerk will open the vote.
I'm up, right?
Not yet.
Okay. Oh, no, I'm not. No.
There you are. Is there any member who has not voted or would like to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 51 and the nays are 2.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 4430 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We'll now turn and take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 4449 to be favorably reported. The clerk will open the vote. Roger that. Mr. Himes has voted. Is there any member who has not voted or would like to change their vote? Are they keeping it? Okay. The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 50 and the nays are 4.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 4449, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Committee will now take the postponed votes ordered on the pending amendments to H.R. 4427. The question on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Waters. This is H.R. 447, number 1. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 17 and the nays are 37.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill as amended reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does Congressman Lawler seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered. We will now take that vote on ordering the bill as amendment favorably reported. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who has not voted or would like to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 31 and the nays are 23.
A majority having voted in favor of 4427 as amendment, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We'll now turn and take the vote on H.R. 4423 as amended, favorably reported. Members will vote electronically. The clerk will open the vote. This is Williams. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 54 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 4423 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We will now turn and take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 3190 as amended, favorably reported. Members will vote electronically. The clerk will open the vote.
You're too good to me. Just too good.
Is there any member who has not voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 54 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 3190 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The committee will now take the postponed votes on pending amendments to H.R. 4346. The question is on the amendment offered by Representative Meeks. This is H.R. 4346, Amendment 2. The clerk will open the vote. Very exciting. Is there any member who hasn't voted, would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 24 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question now is on the second amendment offered by Representative Meeks. This is H.R. 4346, Amendment 1. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 24 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the third amendment offered by Representative Meeks. This is H.R. 4346, Amendment 3. Clerk will open the vote. Man, I love electronic voting. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 24 and the nays are 30.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Question is now on the amendment offered by Representative Foster. This is Foster 045. Foster 045. Clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 24 and the nays are 30.
Clerk, let's see. A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
The gentleman from Iowa requests a recorded vote. A recorded vote is requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered. We will now take that vote on ordering the bill as amended, favorably reported. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted or would like to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 53 and the nays are 1.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 4346 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Shh. We will now take the vote pending on ordering H.R. 4437 as amended to be favorably reported. The clerk will open the vote. Is there any member who hasn't voted? Ms. De La Cruz? Is there anybody who would like to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 53 and the nays are 1.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 4437 as amended, the bill is so ordered. Favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Shh, you won't know where to be tomorrow if you don't listen. Pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess. Subject to the call of the chair, we will reconvene at 10 a.m. tomorrow to finish the committee business. The committee stands in recess.